Hello, everyone. Welcome back in. Thank you for popping in today. Welcome back to the stream. We're to get started with some Nier Replicant. Um, if you remember on Monday, the last time we played Nier Replicant, um, we managed to get to one ending. Um, so I could just dive straight for the next ending, but there is I do need all of the weapons, which the DLC weapons are also um, something like that actually needs to happen. So we're going to try and get the DLC weapons today. From what I understand, it's like a five fight gauntlet, and you get the weapon after the third. You technically don't have to finish all five. So we're to try and get the weapons and then rush into trying to get all the keys to the Shadow Lord's castle so that we can complete ending B and then go into C and D. And then E. Let's see. The sound of rain filled the village. The steep clouds that surrounded the area magnified sound, causing even the slightest drizzle to rattle like a thunderstorm. Thin wisps of smoke streamed from huts as villagers huddled in their homes and waited out the rain. A single child, however, had braved the downpour, was now wandering slowly toward the wooden, hawk-shaped weather vane at the center of town. The wanderer reached the vein, which had existed for as long as any could remember, and stared. The child's face was simultaneously delicate and fierce, like a teacup that had survived a shipwreck. Those traits combined with the pale white skin gave the face of an almost sexless quality. If the beak turns east, I go home. If it stays west, then I. The child blinked. Rain slowly dripped down the young one's short hair and began its long descent to the ground. Come on, come on. The child felt a slight breeze and watched as the vein slowly creaked to life. Spinning this way and that for a moment, it finally settled with the beak pointing firmly toward the east. East? Really? Before the vein could move again, a jagged rock came spinning and tumbling through the air, striking home against the child's head. The force of the blow dropped the child to the ground as a hail of stones began to fall all around. Oh no, they found me. A heartbreaking smile crept across the child's face as the stones continued their assault. Through the rain, the sound of multiple footsteps grew louder before a voice rang out. Yoo-hoo, Kaine! The voice belonged to Demo, the worst of all the bullies in the area. As Kaine struggled to stand, a final stone came skittering through the mud and bounced against her foot. Blood oozed from a cut above her eye and blurred her vision, but she could make out the shapes of Demo and his usual gang of idiots. The boy seemed taken aback for a moment by Kaine's seeming indifference to the blood dripping from her face, but quickly regained his bravado. What's up, freak? You like the rain? You like getting all wet? Or did you finally decide to run away from home? Though she knew it was futile, Kaine turned to leave. Before she could get more than a few steps, the other children scrambled to surround her, cruelty burning in their eyes. Kaine knew those were not the only eyes on her. The tormentor's parents watched from the safety of their homes. She was attuned to this sensation. It was one she had experienced many times before. While some villagers simply turned a blind eye to the actions of their children, many encouraged it openly. In a society ruled by superstition and fear, Kaine was something to be hated, and if possible, destroyed. I didn't say you can leave, freak. Demo's words chewed at her like a worm through an apple. He can't hurt me, she lied to herself. Be strong, be brave. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt. Oh, look, the little freak's gonna cry. What's wrong? Are you sad that everyone hates you and wants you dead? Kaine prayed for the rain to flood down and carry her away from a world that seemed to have no place for her. But if there were gods, they chose to ignore her. As Demo crept closer, the clouds began to thin and the rain slowed. Even the weather hates me. I'm useless, a failure. I wish Demo's rock had taken my head off. Kaine couldn't meet Demo's leering gaze. She lowered her eyes and stared at the muddy ground below. The bully moved forward until he was inches away. She could smell the scent of old meat on his breath. The boy grabbed Kaine's face with thick fingers and yanked it upwards. She tried to turn away, but he forced her gaze back and jammed his thumb up against her eyelid to pry it open. Show me. No. Did you just say no? Demo grinned evilly. You don't say no to me. No one says no to me. Not even taking his attention from Kaine, he called to his cohorts. Come on, guys, let's give the freak what she deserves. As soon as Demo finished, kicks and blows began to rain down upon Kaine. Demo paused, still grinning, as Kaine curled up into a ball and tried to make the pain stop. I don't get you, freak. What you acting like a girl for, huh? Huh? Everyone knows what you really are. Kaine ignored the question, choosing instead to stare at the weather vane, and continued to point east, as if supremely confident about the future it had chosen for her. Go home? Yeah, that's a funny joke for someone with dead parents and no home to go to. Freak, chanted the children. Freak, freak, freak. Kaine closed her eyes and listened to the rain, waiting for the pain to start again. Clutching hands of the village, as the clutching hands of the village children closed around her, she bent her mind to the sound of rain, letting it become her world entire. The rain fell, but the pain never came. Only when the laughter of her tormentors turned to terrified cries did she dare open a single blood-caked eye. Kaine was shocked to see Demo sprawled on the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. She could see blood welling from spaces between his fat, twisted fingers. Oh my god, he's crying. He's actually crying. Deprived of their leader, the other children glanced back and forth between themselves, as if waiting for someone to step forward and take charge. When no savior emerged, they began to an uneasy shuffle away from Kaine. But the young girl was the least of their concerns. Instead, their attention was wrapped on the ancient woman standing a few feet away. After struggling for breath for a moment, she finally spoke in a voice thick with rage. Hurts like a bitch, don't it? And I suggest you scatter before I throw another one. And if any of you little bastards ever touch my Kaine again, I'll do far worse than throw a rock. You can count on it. The old woman crouched down and gently touched the hand Demo was using to cover the wound. Before he could think to protest, she ground her palm into the wound and twisted back and forth. Ow, he screamed, leaping to his feet. Stop it, what are you doing? Quit whining. Ain't no one ever died from a scratch. You hit me with a rock, you stupid bitch. A big one. That thing could have killed me. The old woman shrugged. Death is the best cure for stupid. Demo's face twisted with rage at her words. Locking his eyes on Kaine, he took a step backward and spat on the ground. Get out. Leave this village. No one wants you here. Either of you. Seeing the old woman grab another stone, Demo and his companions turned tail and ran. As they fled, the old woman grabbed her side and barked out a single laugh. Huh, look at the fat boy go. Guess he's healthy enough to run away from a fight. The woman's smile faded as she turned her attention to Kaine. Kneeling down, she removed her shawl and placed it around the young girl's shoulders, then produced a cloth from the folds of her dress and began blotting the blood on her forehead. Oh, Kaine, she said, why didn't you fight back? You're stronger than that lot. The words of her grandmother stung Kaine, and she turned away. Don't be nice to me, she said. I don't deserve it. Nothing matters anymore. Her tears held in for so long, finally beginning to fall on the muddy ground below. Everyone hates me. They think I cause bad things to happen. They think I'm a freak. I wish I was dead. As Kaine's tears turned to sobs, she felt her grandmother's hands on her shoulders. Despite her advanced age and diminutive size, she was a woman of surprising strength, and Kaine found herself unable to turn away. Don't talk like that, girl. It's a river wide and deep that flows between the realms of this world and the next, and grants no mercy to any that attempt the crossing. You got a duty to fight until your last breath. Understand? The old woman tightened her grip and tried to still the tremor in her voice. You know the pain of losing someone close to you, Kaine. You know because you survived it. As the words hit home, Kaine was struck by the force of her love for the old woman. As a young child, she didn't know of her grandmother, but when her parents died, the woman quickly accepted her as her own. Grandma, as Kaine called her, was cunning, vulgar, and quick to violence, and their first few years together had not been easy. But with each year that passed, Kaine and her grandmother had grown closer. However, it was only now, sitting in the mud with tears and blood caked her face, that Kaine truly understood the depths of her affection. Here was a woman who had seen hard times, who had seen death, who had fought against all these things and somehow emerged on the other side. If anyone could understand Kaine's pain and loneliness, it was her. Do I make you sick, Grandma? Of course not. Don't be an ass. Kaine drew her grandmother's moth-eaten shawl around her body and shuddered. But my body, it's not normal. If I was normal, then Mom and Dad wouldn't. Hush, interrupted Grandma. I'll not hear another word of this nonsense. You're my granddaughter, and I love you, and if folks have a problem with that, they can just go to hell. With that, the old woman reached out and placed a wreath of dried flowers in Kaine's hair. The skill it took to bend the flowers without breaking the stems or losing a single petal was remarkable, and the beauty of it made Kaine want to cry all over again. Oh my gosh, these are lunar tears. Grandma, you made this for me? Lunar tears were legendary flowers. Most people could live their entire lives without ever seeing one, and yet her grandmother had somehow collected a dozen or more. Kaine reached up and touched the wreath as if she couldn't believe it was real. Where did you find these? Just stumbled on him while I was out doing the shopping. The old woman turned away as she spoke, leading Kaine to suspect that the search had been more difficult than she was letting on. The pains she took to construct the ornament, let alone track down the flowers used in its construction, made Kaine's heart hurt. She reached up and gently adjusted the wreath, admiring the way it felt between her fingers. Didn't quite turn out right, said her grandmother as she squinted at it. These old hands have trouble with delicate work, but it sure looks good on a pretty girl like you. Kaine blushed and turned away. You think I'm pretty? Of course you are. What a fool thing to say. Thank you, Grandma. Her grandmother smiled. We're gonna be fine, you and me, she said. As long as we got each other, we'll be just fine. Kaine took her grandmother's hand in hers, and the two of them struggled to their feet. As they began the long walk home, Kaine gripped the hand with all of her might, as if trying to stop smoke from drifting away in the wind. The rain had stopped. Kaine stood beneath the weather vane, watching it spin in lazy circles, no longer caring about the direction it faced when it stopped. I don't need to escape. I have a home now. Grandma loves me, and that is enough. Even if it's us against the world. Kaine let her gaze drift upon the vane and past the vane and into the cloudy sky. The last faint hints of a rainbow were slowly fading. As she turned and headed home, the light scattered into a million particles and vanished, seemingly taken away on the breeze. Okay, so we gotta open. We're opening up with just a bunch of Kaine stuff. I think this one's supposed to close with a bunch of meal stuff, I believe. Um, like later on in this playthrough. In the distance, Kaine heard the steady sounds of an axe striking wood. The noise had a purposeful quality to it, as if she was hearing a master woodsman go about his work. The firewood being produced, however, was as far from a work of art as could be. Pieces of every shape and size were being flung about a barren yard with wild abandon. Anyone trying to stack such wood would probably die of frustration before the job was through. Stupid piece of shit axe. Kaine's grandmother flailed with the axe, filling the air with both splinters of wood and words that would make the most hardened sailor blush. Grandma, called Kaine. That you, Kaine? Yelled the old woman, taking her eyes off the wood for a moment. Don't get too close, or I might take your goddamn foot off by mistake. She brought the axe down on a piece of wood, sending chips flying in every direction. One spun past Kaine, close enough for her to hear the whistle, at which point she decided to step back. Once she'd scuttled to a safe distance, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Grandma, do you need help? I can help you get water or lunch or a new axe or something. The axe, poised to strike another wobbly blow, paused in midair. The old woman considered her granddaughter's offer for a moment and smiled. Tell you what, since I'm doing such a piss poor job of shopping, why don't you come here and take over so I can go get the water? She's been restless lately, and I don't want you running off into one of them bastards. Relinquishing the axe, her grandmother picked up a long pole with wooden buckets on either end. Gathering water was by far the more difficult of the two jobs, but Kaine knew better than to complain. Once Grandma's mind was set, there was no changing it. Kaine did her best to help with chores, but Grandma took every task that required travel to the village. Though she had a long list of plausible excuses, Kaine knew the real reason. She didn't want her granddaughter to be taunted and harassed by the villagers. Once Kaine moved in, Grandma decided to take up a good residence a good distance from the area. Out of sight, out of mind seemed to be the best policy when it came to the villagers and her granddaughter, and rare were the days when any but the two of them could be found on the rocky acre of land they called home. Kaine enjoyed the solitude, but harbored a secret resentment that her grandmother was forced to spend her golden years in such a place. After watching her grandmother leave, Kaine turned her attention to the task at hand. She had never chopped wood before in her life, and soon discovered why the old woman hated the chore. Swing after swing, the axe produced only a tiny crack in the wood, and when she finally managed to connect with a solid stroke, the tool embedded itself in the log and refused to budge. Frustrated, Kaine swung the axe around her head and threw it, log and all, across the yard. Damn it, aw crap. She suddenly understood the joy her grandmother felt in a good curse. Happier now, she picked up the axe, forced it from the wood, and resumed chopping. She had a natural skill with the blade, but the task was challenging, and blisters soon began to form on her small pink hands. This is tough, and my logs are all weird sizes. Spinning on her palms and ignoring the pain, Kaine redoubled her efforts. Just as she was developing a rhythm, Grandma returned from the village. Setting down her buckets with a small sigh, she took one look at the logs and coughed out a wheezy laugh. Pretty clumsy, girl. You better practice if you... Her grandmother suddenly collapsed to her knees, causing one of the buckets to wobble precariously. Eyes wide, Kaine dropped the axe and ran to her grandmother's side. Grandma, the old woman shook her head and pointed a trembling finger at the bucket. Get the bucket. Can't let it spill. Kaine studied the bucket steadied the bucket with a foot as she knelt by her mother. A small bit of water sloshed over the side and made a new home on the hem of her in the hem of her dress, but Kaine didn't notice. Grandma, what's happening? Crazed with panic, she grabbed her grandmother by the shoulders and shook. After a moment, the woman lifted her arms and batted Kaine away. Stop that. Just stop, she cried, breathing heavily. It ain't like I'm dying. Just tired from the trip is all. Kaine desperately wanted to believe her, but one look at the old woman's shaking hands and worn face told her more than words ever could. Her grandmother had lived a long, hard life, and it seemed that Bill was finally coming due. The time when her grandmother watched over Kaine was ending. Sooner than either of them had feared, the positions would be reversed. The next morning, Kaine came to the side of her grandmother's bed and took her wrinkled hand. Grandma, you're sick and you need medicine. I'm going to the village. The old woman shook her head and tried to rise, but Kaine gently pushed her down. It's all right, she said. I'll be fine. Her grandmother fixed her with a gaze that could melt steel. After what seemed an eternity, she finally lowered her eyes and sighed. Well, I don't like it, goddammit, but I guess I should quit being so stubborn and let you grow up. The old woman watched as Kaine strapped on her boots and made her way down the road to the village. Hours later, an unseen sun made its way across the dark, rainy sky. She was still watching. Kaine moved at a brisk pace, checking her pockets every few minutes to make sure the money her grandmother gave her was still there. Every noise caused her to spin on her heels, making sure she wasn't being stalked by a shade. Or worse, Demo and his gang. But she had encountered neither tormentors nor shades, and Kaine finally found herself at the entrance to the village. The few adults she could see glanced sideways at her, then muttered to each other behind raised hands before slinking away into the shadows. Her heart racing, Kaine took a series of rapid, shallow breaths and tried to calm herself. I have to prove myself. I have to help Grandma. I have to be strong. She chanted those words to herself over and over as she slowly made her way. Finally, her eyes settled on a rotund, older woman who was angrily waving her arms in the air and telling anyone who would listen exactly what she thought of Kaine's presence. Hey, lady, said Kaine with a bravado she did not feel. Where's the apothecary? The woman's flabby cheeks shook in bewildered anger. How dare this thing speak to me? They seemed to say, but Kaine saw that her eyes held a different emotion, fear. Yeah, we're both scared, lady. Trust me on this one. Which way? Kaine repeated. The woman pointed toward at a small building to her right before hitching up her dress, and stumbling off in the other direction. Kaine cringed, expecting a stone to come flying from the assembled crowd, but none came. Her mind was filled with a strange sense of pride as she made her way to the apothecary, but the new emotion had little time to take root, for as soon as she opened the door, she noticed a familiar customer at the counter. It was Demo. He had clearly been sent here on some kind of family errand, because his gang of followers were nowhere to be found. Oh my god, he sputtered. What are you doing here, freak? The insult was delivered without force, and Kaine happily ignored it. Stretching on tiptoes to see over the counter, she asked the shopkeeper for the medication. Huh, barked Demo. That old bitch finally keel over? Go to hell, Demo. The boy's eyes grew so wide they seemed ready to fall out of his head. But before he could let fly a comeback or worse, a punch, the apothecary told him to knock it off before he kicked him out of the store. Demo slunk out of the shop, cursing Kaine under his breath. Once he was gone, she allowed herself to breathe once more, taking a brief tour of the shop while the owner prepared her medication. Countless tiny bottles filled the cramped store, each with a label written in some indecipherable language. An ocean of aromas assaulted her nose, creating a scent that was exotic but not altogether unpleasant. Seeing such a variety of supplies gave Kaine a sense of peace. Surely, in a world so vast, there would be a place that she could call home. On the far wall, behind the counter, rested a portrait of a stunning young girl. The picture had once contained bright, vibrant colors, but time had worked its cruel magic, and they were beginning to fade. The beauty of the work, however, remained undiminished. You like that picture? Kaine turned to find the apothecary with a small vial of medicine in his hand. His eyes were gentle but sad, and they seemed to stare through her and into nothing as he spoke. That's my daughter. I sketched it when she was just a little girl. She's been dead for a long time now. Kaine didn't know how to respond. She just stared at the portrait and tried to come up with the right words. Pictures are wonderful things, continued the shopkeeper. They let the ones closest to you live on forever. He shook his head slightly, then looked down at Kaine and smiled. Handing her the medicine, he reached into his sizable green apron and produced a handful of old wax crayons. You should have these. There's no one left that I wish to draw. Kaine took an instinctive step back, causing the shopkeeper's face to darken. Yes, I've heard the rumors about you, he said. It's a small village, and word travels quickly. Between you and me, I'm not so sure which of them to believe, but I also don't think they matter much. I know your grandmother, Callie, and I think the way she was driven out of this town is just deplorable. Grandmother's name was Callie, thought Kaine suddenly. She was still mulling this new fact over in her mind as she reached out and gently took the crowns from the apothecary's hands. Your grandmother's an old friend of mine, he said as Kaine scooted away yet again, and I owe her much. I wager she'd like it if you drew a picture of her. Yes, I think she would like that very much. Kaine murmured a quick agreement, but inside her heart was bursting. Never before had a villager treated her with anything but complete contempt. It was a tiny, almost imperceptible step, but it was a step nonetheless, and with enough tiny steps, she might one day discover the rest of the world. When Kaine returned home, she found her grandmother asleep in her bed. Her feet were blackened and raw, even bleeding a bit in places, leading Kaine to think that she had been pacing around the room until exhaustion finally caught up with her. She placed the medicine by her grandmother's pillow and turned to leave, but found the old woman's hands clasped around her arm. Back already, are you? Asked her grandmother with a yawn. Come here, let me have a look at you. Grandmother sat up and Grandma sat up and examined Kaine from head to toe. Finally satisfied that nothing terrible had befallen her grandchild, she leaned back and allowed herself to relax. Well, how was it? Those bastards give you any trouble? It was kind of fun, said Kaine with a small smile. No, seriously, it was. Fun, eh? Asked her grandmother in a voice which implied she believed anything but. Uh-huh, so anytime you need me to run an errand, just let me know. As she spoke, Kaine removed the crayons from her pocket. After a brief explanation of their source, she informed her grandmother that she was going to sketch her portrait. A portrait of me? Ridiculous. No one wants to stare at a wrinkled old crone. But Grandma, it'll make you live forever. Horse shit, said her grandmother, throwing back the sheet from her bed. Living forever would just piss me off. Now put those crayons away and help me with dinner. But Kaine would not relent, and in the end, Grandma found herself leaning against the wall of their house, as if posing for a master artist. Kaine took up the crayons, eyed her subject carefully, and set to work. Just as her grandmother was about to nod off, Kaine finished the piece. After staring at it for a bit, she released it from her grip and let it slowly drift to the floor. It's terrible. It doesn't look like you at all. I'm sorry, Grandma. I thought these crayons would work. Would, make drawing easy or something. The old woman's eyes narrowed at her granddaughter's disappointment. Let me be the judge of that, she said, ignoring the pain in her back, reaching for the paper. Sorry, I'll get some water. Oh. Yeah. The sketch should have been a person's face. It also could have been a boulder, a lump of clay, or an incredibly misshapen loaf of bread, all rendered in a chaotic array of colors. The old woman stared at the picture for a long time, then slowly wheezed out a laugh. Oh, Kaine, she said between laughter, you truly are my blood. You're as clumsy as me, and I love it. But, hush, I won't hear any more bull about how ugly you think it is. It came from the heart, and I'll treasure it always. True to her word, the old woman gave the picture a place of honor above the kitchen table. In the days that followed, Kaine would often catch her staring at the portrait with a strange smile on her face, an action she interpreted as silent, mocking laughter. A week later, Kaine could stand it no more, and asked her grandmother to take the artwork down. Posh, said the old woman. I'll take this down when they roll me in my shroud. She pondered this for a bit, then turned to Kaine and dropped to one knee. Listen to me, girl. Seeing this picture made me happy in a way I've never felt before. And it makes me want to go on, so that someday you can feel the same happiness. It was a moment that burned itself in Kaine's memory, a perfect blend of pride and love and joy that came together to form a lifelong remembrance. She swore to never forget this moment, to never forget the old woman who had made her place in the world possible. Time moves on. People and memories move in and out of a life like ghosts passing through a hall. But this moment will be different, Kaine swore, because I will remember it forever. Forever. All right, so separation now. Kaine listened to the sound of crackling firewood and stared at the black object on her plate. She had been pushing it around the wooden disc for a good 10 minutes, ignoring the bemused stare of her grandmother. Finally, she summoned the courage and gave the object a brief sniff. A sharp, bitter scent flew up her nostrils and made its home there, causing her face to twist with disgust. Grandma, I can't believe you want me to eat a bug. The old woman threw some more wood under the cooking pot and snorted. It's no bug, you fool girl. It's a berry. Why the hell would I be feeding you bugs? Yeah, well, it sure looks like a bug, said Kaine, and I think it's bird or something, because it smells terrible. With that, Kaine held her nose and threw the berry in her mouth, chewing as little as possible. Oh yeah, that's terrible, all right. Why, you little brat, laughed the old woman. Look at the sass on you. You've been spending too much time with me, and that's a fact. 5 years had passed since the moment when Kaine's grandmother had saved her from the bullies. As is often the way with two stubborn people, their relationship had grown in fits and starts, but moved forward all the same. Meals that used to be somber affairs were now filled with laughter and hurled abuse in equal measure. Kaine could not remember a time when she had been happier. As the years went by, Kaine started to shoulder more and more of the daily responsibilities. Her grandmother's legs grew weaker by the day, and she could no longer do many of the chores she used to take for granted. And so this morning found Kaine lacing up her work boots with a breakfast of burned berry rolling through her belly. "Where are you going today?" asked Grandma suddenly. Kaine looked up, surprised. The old woman rarely asked for specifics anymore. "Well, I was going to check out the kelma trees and see if they were ripe. I thought we could make some jam or something. Oh, and I'm going to pick some flagstones, so I need to take the wheelbarrow." "Flagstones? What in the hell for?" Kaine stared at her grandmother, then held out an arm and swept it around their arm. Constructed mostly of cloth, rope, and rubble, the old place sagged like a boxer in the final round. "Grandma, a dying cat could chew through this house. I'm going to build a stone wall so we have some protection." The old woman laughed, exposing her toothless grin to the world. "Goddamn, girl, if a bunch of thieves want to ransack this old place, let them come. We got nothing worth stealing anyway." "I'm not worried about thieves. I'm worried about shades. People saw one west of the village yesterday." The old woman tilted her head and stared at her granddaughter. "Well, shoot, I don't know why you have to do it today. We can worry about it some other." "Grandma, no. If I don't go to the kelma trees, we won't eat it tonight. You know that." A confused expression passed the old woman's face, and for a moment she was a small child lost at a carnival. "Yes," she said after a bit. "Yes, of course you're right. I'm sorry, Kaine. Lately it seems like my mind is—" She didn't finish the thought, instead walking over to her nightstand and gently taking the wreath of lunar tears from the drawer. The flower's petals had aged to a brilliant whiteness, and Kaine thought it was more beautiful now than the day she first received it. "You're going to be a true woman soon," Grandma said as she placed the flowers in the girl's hair. "So that means less chatter about shades and building defensive walls and more talk about how beautiful you've become." Annoyed, Kaine reached up to remove the garland, but the look on her grandmother's face stopped her hand. "You're a beautiful thing," she said to the old woman, "and there ain't another like you in the world. I'm very proud of you." "Okay, Grandma, that's enough goddamn compliments for one day." "Such a mouth on you. Where did that come from?" "Gee, I wonder." "I'll teach you to sass me, girl," yelled Grandma. Suddenly, she lurched forward and grabbed Kaine by the ears, pulling her around the room with a crazed grin on her face. "Grandma," yelled Kaine in a quaking voice. "Grandma, stop it. What the hell?" The old woman stared at her and blinked, and then slowly held her wrinkled hands out, and it was the first time she had ever seen them. "Oh, oh, I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry, girl. Sometimes my mind just—" Kaine thought the look on her grandmother's face was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever seen. "Listen," she began, "maybe I should stay home after all." "No, I won't have you stay here to keep an eye on old codger like me. You go and get your fruit and walk and whatnot. I'll be fine. And when you come back, I'll have a nice grasshopper dinner waiting for you." Kaine rolled her eyes, then kissed her grandmother on the forehead, make ready to depart, trying desperately to ignore the worry that was gnawing at the walls of her heart. Kennedy could feel the old woman's eyes watching her as she moved down the path. Don't turn around, she told herself, but in the end, the temptation was too great. She spun on her heel to make, for one final look and saw a small, bent woman standing in front of a ramshackle hut with a sad expression on her face. God, she looks so old now. It's like the wind could reach down and just carry her away. Kaine worried about her grandmother all day, causing her work to suffer. What little fruit she could collect was tossed carelessly into the wheelbarrow, and she only found a couple of stones before losing interest in the project. Finally, as dusk approached, she decided to call it a day. Cursing herself for lack of focus, Kaine pushed the nearly empty wheelbarrow back down the path. As she crested the final hill, she suddenly froze in place. The wheelbarrow fell from her fingers and collapsed at its side, sending a few pieces of wrinkled brown fruit rolling back down the hill. Her gaze was transfixed by a thick black cloud that hovered just ahead, tracing its path with a finger. Skyne suddenly felt her stomach gnawing on itself. Oh God! Oh no! Oh gods, no! Her grandmother's house was ablaze, the flames licking up as if trying to touch the sky itself. "Grandma! Grandma!" Kaine ran then, faster than she had ever moved in her life. Once she tripped on a stone and went sprawling into the rocky ground, but she leapt to her feet and continued running, unmindful of the blood that spilled from her wounded hands and knees. As she got closer and closer, Kaine's mind began to race in time with her footfalls. It's too dark. It's too dark. Not just fire. Can't be fire. Too much smoke. Gotta save her. Gotta save her. She burst into the front yard and came to a sudden halt, her worst suspicions confirmed. The smoke from the fire was mingling with the thick, inky blackness of an enormous shade. The massive creature supported itself on 3 twisted feet and achieved balance through means of a large armored tail. Scales, horns, and claws sprouted from its back in a random chaotic pattern, giving it the appearance of a lizard designed by some unseeing god. Seeing Kaine, it let out a roar and flicked its tail, sending small whirlwinds spinning around the yard. For a moment, the creature retreated into a shimmering inky blackness, as if her mind was unable to comprehend that such a thing could actually exist. But then the smell hit her, a blend of rotted meat and excrement, and the horror became real once more. The creature bellowed again, and this time Kaine responded with a scream of her own. All right, you bastard, she thought as her scream echoed off the high cliffs around them. It's you or me. Let's go. The shade eyed Kaine with bemused interest. Then it began looking from her to the house and back again, as if urging her to look at the destruction it had so gleefully wrought. With dread building in her heart, Kaine glanced towards the house. Through the smoke and flames, she spotted a small figure struggling to escape the ruins. Grandma! At the sound of her voice, the old woman began waving frantically. She's alive, thought Kaine. Alive. Kaine's legs sprang to life as she raced across the yard towards the flaming wreckage of the house. Before she could advance more than a few steps, the shade opened its mouth and let out a roar powerful enough to uproot trees and send them flying. The blast sent Kaine tumbling through the air before smashing her against the rocky earth. Stars danced in front of her eyes as she tried to remember how her legs worked. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up now. As Kaine struggled to her feet, the shade stomped toward the house and pinned her grandmother to the ground with the tip of a claw. The old woman struggled to move the claw from her stomach, but she might as well have been pushing a mountain. She coughed briefly, sending a small spray of blood into the air, then collapsed to the ground, her energy spent. Kaine lurched to her feet only to fall back to the earth with a gasp. Her ankles were on fire. One or both of them were surely broken. Ignoring the pain that screamed through her body, she began dragging herself across the ground, leaving a drunken trail of dust and blood in her wake. Grandma, hold on, just a little longer. Her grandma's face was turning blue, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were exposed. Kaine pulled herself across the ground with maddening slowness, the distance seeming to increase with every second that passed. The shade glanced between the two women and flicked out its tongue, its giant mouth turning up at the corners. Short, panting breaths belched from somewhere deep inside its core. Bastard, laughing at us. She had no idea how such a mindless creature could experience emotion, but there could be no doubt the shade was taking joy in their suffering. Yeah, I see your plan. The shade moved its claws slightly, allowing Grandma to breathe again. It was clearly keeping her alive, only to snuff out her life when Kaine was close enough to touch her. I'm going to kill this bastard. Summoning all her strength, Kaine rose to her feet. There was a sickening snap from her right ankle as the foot twisted backward, but she forced it from her mind and began to hobble towards the monster. Pulling a small knife from the pouch at her waist, she leapt onto the foot that pinned her grandma and plunged the weapon deep. Give her back, she screamed. Give her back to me. It was like stabbing a rock. After a few swipes, the knife broke at the hilt with a dull snap. The shade did laughter again, and then raised its tail and sent it rushing along through the air towards the young girl that was latched at its foot. Kaine never had a chance. The tail struck her square in the chest and sent her crashing into the burning wreckage of the home. As she lay on the ground with blood pouring from multiple wounds, a small, weak voice spoke up. Kaine. Kaine's vision blurred, but she forced herself to focus on the sound. Finally, her eyes cleared enough for her to make out her grandma's hands, reaching out to her through the smoke. Grandma, Kaine, you gotta run. You can't best this one. Kaine grabbed the hands and held on with all of her strength. Grandma, come on, we have to go. The old woman coughed loudly. One of her hands, slick with blood, slipped from Kaine's grasp and thumped to the ground below. Grandma, no, no! I said run, goddammit. You have to live. You have to get through. The thought would stay forever unfinished. Before she could say another word, the shade's clawed foot descended, smashing through the remains of the roof and down upon the shattered figure of the old woman. Blood oozed from the gaps in the creature's toes as the terrible putrid smell assaulted Kaine's nose once again. She stared at the foot, dumbfounded, convinced that what she was seeing could not possibly be real. When the creature finally lifted its appendage, all that remained underneath was a twisted, unrecognizable mass of rubble and red. Her grandmother was gone. Kaine blinked, trying to feel the hands which had been in hers just a moment before. Fleeting instant, she could remember the warmth that embrace. For a fleeting instant, she could remember the warmth that embraced, the trembling of the fingers, but then the sensation drifted away on the breeze and was gone. Memories flashed through Kaine's mind, one after the other, faster and faster until they became a meaningless jangle of noise. Kaine screamed then, a thunderous sound that echoed off the cliffs and seemed to roll away forever. The shade eased forward, black ichor pouring from its mouth and dissolving into smoke on the ground below. The earth shook with every step as it crept towards its prey. Kaine's body slowly rose as if controlled by a mad puppeteer. Her arms and legs were bent at impossible angles, her head lolled dangerously to the side, yet somehow she managed to stand. Staring at the shade, her eyes began to glow with a deep red fire. The creature, so confident just moments before, took a slow, hesitant step trying to discern if this broken human could possibly pose a threat. Kaine seized the moment. Laughing like a madwoman, she leapt into the air and plunged the shattered hilt of her knife deep into the leg of the shade. The shade shook Kaine off like a fly, sending her crashing to the earth once again. Her chest rose and fell slowly, as if a great weight was resting upon it. Moist sounds of pain echoed through her mind. Something warm and thick oozed from her ears. Is that blood? Think it is. I think I'm bleeding to death. No, can't die. Grandma told me to live. Deep inside Kaine's mind, something finally broke. The sound, the pain, the smoke and flame, all of it faded away until all that remained was a single incantation repeated over and over again. Kill it, kill it, kill it. All right, lots of kills it. Kill it now. As the spark that was Kaine slowly began to flicker and die, she felt her desire to kill and her desire to live blend into one. The distance between heartbeats grew longer and longer and longer. All right, so I think that might be the end of the dream, maybe. But I do from what I understand, this route is supposed to incorporate like more info on the shades. So we're basically going to hear more about the shades, similar to how like we heard stuff about the machine life forms while playing as 9S in Automata. But there isn't like an actual like protagonist change from what I understand. Like we're not going to suddenly start playing as Kaine or anything. Now I do wonder if the game is going to the game is going to actually explain how the Shade survived the last 5 years. Because that is one of those things that I really wanted to hear after last time, or after part one. Like, how did this thing manage to last that whole time, locked up like that? But also, it seems I don't know if this is just because this is a horse boss back, but I don't know if the enemies scale to the increased level, like how I think every enemy in Automata basically got like 20 levels added to them or something between part one and part two. Like I don't know, like that seemed a little bit faster than it probably would have. Okay, let's see. Do we have one more? All right, one more seems. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe they'll be peppered through now. Gently, weakly, softly, the shade, sure that its tormentor was dead, turned and stomped off toward the horizon, stopping along the way to bellow one final roar. Couldn't kill it. Shamed beyond imagining, Kaine tried to turn her head to the side, but only succeeded in coughing up a huge gout of blood. It was getting difficult to see, and only after a moment of fierce concentration did she realize that her left eye was gone. Laughing to herself, she turned her remaining eye to the ruins of her home and noticed a ragged stump of an arm resting a few feet away. Yeah, that's mine, she thought with a mad giggle. This is gonna make clapping a real bitch. Ha! Cried a sudden voice from the depths of her mind. Finally gonna die, are you? Well, you had it coming. Go to hell, Demo, she thought at the unsealing assailant. Go to hell before I pluck your eyes out and feed them to a dog. The voice of her childhood terror evaporated into smoke, only to be replaced by another, more recent voice. Hold still, said the apothecary, materializing from the ruins like a ghost. I want to draw you. That way you can live forever. No, stop. I don't want to live forever. Want to die right here. I see, he said quietly. Well, if that's what you want. The spectral shopkeeper fluttered in and out of existence for a moment, then produced a small piece of paper and sketched quickly. After a few seconds, he turned the page to Kaine and smiled. Since you rejected my offer, I decided to draw someone else. It was a picture of her grandmother, as real as life. Kaine opened her mouth to thank the man, but stopped as the picture began to blacken in the middle. Before she could say anything, dozens of multi-legged insects began to swarm inside the image, tearing at it with sharpened pincers. Stop. No, don't hurt that picture. Kaine reached out her remaining arm and waved futilely in the air. To her surprise, the insects fell off the picture and onto the ground below, where they vanished into tiny black tendrils of smoke. Relieved, Kaine turned her good eye back to the picture, only to open her mouth in a silent scream. The sketch now showed her grandmother as she truly was, a smashed, unrecognizable lump of nothing. The apothecary smiled, then broke into a jolly dance. See that? He cried as he danced his jig. It's perfect now. She looks just like you. Ha, cha, 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 cha. I look like that? Oh God, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Drowning in despair, Kaine laid her head in the mud and smoke of her ruined house and waited for the end to come. But just as she let everything go, an unfamiliar voice began whispering to her ear. Ain't you got a wish, sunshine? The voice was vulgar and fierce at the same time, as if insanity had somehow found a way to take form. Kaine wanted to scream as the voice crawled under her skin, but her lungs refused to work. You know, a wish? Like a prayer or something? Why don't you get on your knees and start praying to heaven? Please, invisible man in the sky, save me, save me. Kaine finally resorted to shouting at the voice with her mind. I don't make wishes. They don't come true for me. I am a curse, a freak. I should be left to die. The other voice boomed in her ears. Oh God, you are the best. I'm not doing the laughs. Sorry. Kaine glanced down and saw a black, shiny substance oozing from her legs. She tried to brush it away, but her remaining arm would no longer respond. The substance slowly crept around her feet, then began moving up toward the rest of her body. Is this death? Is this what it's like? Or is my mind just losing itself? She could feel the slime oozing upward, feeling the hot, searing pain it left in its wake. Whatever else might be happening, she was still alive, and this was real. Come on, said the voice. Let it go. Kaine tried to ignore the voice and concentrate on the pain, but the newcomer would have none of it. Don't ignore me, sunshine. You're ready to give up, ready to die, so why not let me have it? Have what? Your body. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I want to stand on the ground, feel the rain, taste the wind. The voice paused as if it licking its lips. When it resumed, it was filled with mad, unabated joy. And I want to take your hands and use them to choke the goddamn life out of people. I want to tear out their throats and bathe in the blood, just like before. In response, Kaine shifted her head and vomited. The warmth of it crept down her front and mingled with the pain of the encroaching black ooze. Are you a shade? Yeah, maybe. What of it? The slime reached her face, crept up past her nose, and slowly oozed into the socket of her missing eye. The moment it touched her brain, Kaine was struck with the most powerful sensation she'd ever felt in her life. It was ecstasy. She wanted to scream with delight, but all she could manage was a small whispered moan. Feel good, don't it? Asked the voice with a chuckle. Yeah, what can I say? I know how to please the ladies. Now give me that body. Come on, give me the body and I'll show you more of this feeling. It's a fair trade. A black lump began to protrude from Kaine's side. As she watched, it grew longer and thicker, eventually taking the form of her missing arm. I can see better, she thought. My eye must be growing back too. The slime reached up to envelop the rest of her face, but she managed to brush it away. Stop, she whispered, marveling at how she had regained her voice. Stop. The black ooze hesitated, as if considering this request, and then quickly shimmered down her body before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Ah, what the hell, sunshine, screamed the voice. We had a deal. I thought you wanted to die. Grandma said, can't die yet. A brief image of her grandma, bloodied and broken, flashed before her eyes. She saw the shade that had killed her and its mocking laughter, then closed her eyes and forced the image from her mind. Her whole body was quaking with rage. As she opened her eyes again, they burned bright red. That thing took my grandmother. I have to kill it before I die. Kaine glanced down and saw a mysterious pattern, the pattern of the shades, burn itself onto her left arm. Well, I'll be damned, said the voice cheerfully. Look at that, Sunshine. I think you and me are going to be good friends now. Kaine stared intently at her arm. The more emotional she felt, the more the letters seemed ready to puncture her skin and began infecting the rest of her body. The arm clearly had a will of its own now. Stop. Gotta stop. Holding her left arm with her right, Kaine took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Come on, don't fight it, pleaded the voice. Hate's my favorite dish, and I'm hungry. Let it go. Feel the anger. Burn with the fire of revenge. Thirst for blood. Then go out there and... Shut up. Then get the hell out of my body. Your body? That's rich, Sunshine. Real rich. Look, why don't you just up and die so I can have this body all to myself? What do you say? I bet those buddies of yours in the area would love to see you dead. Kaine grabbed the nearby shard of glass and tried to saw off the shade-infected portion of her side. Before she could, her darkened left arm grabbed her right wrist, crushing it. Kaine screamed and dropped the shard as the sound of bone crunching on bone filled the air. Stupid idiot girl, you're possessed now, Sunshine, and there ain't no going back. The voice laughed again, a loud, long wail that seemed to go on without end. Possessed, whispered Kaine. Yeah, possessed. You and me? We got what you might call a timeshare arrangement. Remember how folks used to think you were a freak? Now, well, wait until they get a load of you now. Kaine looked up, tears in her eyes. The sky seemed smaller somehow, darker. Is this because of that shade? Is that how they see the world? So, listen, purred the voice. I know this whole possession thing seems a bit sudden, but it ain't all bad. There's plenty in it for you, too. I'm a very powerful creature, Sunshine, and now that power belongs to you. You got enemies? People you want to kill? I can make it happen. That little fat kid who kept picking on you? That big old shade that quashed your granny? We'll wrap them up in their own assholes. No more abuse for you, Sunshine. No more pain. Wait, said Kaine. You're a shade. Why would you help me kill another shade? What, you think I'm some kind of racist? Some killing snob? I don't give a good goddamn who you murder, honey pants. I just want to drink from the well. Kaine considered this as she struggled to her feet, the power of the shade coursing through her. The smoke from her house was drifting away with the wind, and she enjoyed the way the cool evening breeze felt on her new left arm. After a long pause, the voice spoke up again. So, how about it? You and me? We could have some good times together. Look, I'll even take care of the bloody part if you don't want. Fuck off, asshole, muttered Kaine. I'll handle the killing. Look at you go. Oh, Sunshine, we're gonna have so much fun. So listen, my name's Tyran, and if you ever need me, I'll just be hanging out in this piece of meat you call a heart. Now get to it. The more you kill, the more your heart turns rotten and sour, and I like rotten sour. Kaine found herself nodding at the voice. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I think this can work. I'm gonna find that shade and I'm gonna strangle it with its own guts. And when I'm done, I'm gonna do the same to you, Tyran. Count on it. Huh, laughed Tyran. I've shit bigger than you, so good luck with that. Oh, and hey, one more thing. Right now, you and me are sharing this body, but you ever run out of hate, if you ever, go soft, then I'm gonna take over everything. So keep on killing, Sunshine, and watch your back. The voice grew fainter and gradually faded away, fading to somewhere deep inside Kaine herself. Kaine waited until she was sure the voice was gone, then waved her new left arm around a few times. It feels perfectly normal, she thought. It feels like mine. Desperately, she began poking and prodding the new limb, determined to find something wrong with it. She didn't want it to feel normal. That would mean the creature inside her had already won. I'm not a shade. I am Kaine. Repeating this mantra in her mind, she began slowly digging through the rubble of her house, being careful to ignore a certain red-stained spot in the center. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of heartbreaking work, she found what she was looking for. It was the wreath of lunar tears. Though it had been through hell and back, the garland's petals were as bright as ever. Kaine started to place it in her hair, then slowly lowered the wreath and stared at it. I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm so sorry. But I don't deserve to wear this anymore. I'm possessed, corrupted, a freak. And this time, I don't think there's any going back. Holding the flowers to her heart, Kaine fell to the ground and sobbed. As night gradually lightened to dawn and the people of the area arose to their daily lives, she remained in that position, as if tears could somehow wash away the horror that now infected her world. Okay, so I think that is all for right now. See, I'm trying to see if there's anything different about her or anything I didn't notice before about her eyes. I mean, obviously we knew about the arm thing because she mentioned it, but Yeah. Anyway, so obviously that took a lot longer than I was expecting, but we're gonna um we're gonna deal with the DLC like I said. Hopefully we can get through it relatively quickly. Mm. All right, nothing there to say. So yeah, we didn't hear anything about that big shade, but so the perspective way right now makes it seem like we're controlling Kaine, but like I still think we're we're in control of our character most of the, like for the rest of this. I think there's like a bit from what I remember seeing like in the ending E. Man, this is where they get kicked out of the village. Yeah. So let's see. So we don't know about the Shadow Lord or like about the keys yet. Yeah. But yeah, I should have access to the DLC now. Because he even said when we finished Route A that like we'd get access to it. Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, you still can blame them, but yeah, he I mean, once again, like I don't remember if, like Kaine, yeah, she chose to sleep outside, but Emil had a whole manner to himself. Like, yeah, he couldn't look at things, but he had a whole place to himself. He had his butler, and that was it. Okay, so I think this is a new scene. Like I don't remember. Oh, yeah, yeah, we didn't get to see this scene before. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, hmm. Okay. Oh, is she gonna tell us about? Yeah, yeah, like the villagers stuff. Yeah. Mm. Mm. I mean, I guess maybe potentially like they could have if Emil didn't die at the end and kind of didn't run off on her own. And then just right after that, that's a really sad journal entry from Yona to see. Mm. Okay, get our drops here. So yeah, I think this is where the DLC is triggered now because that there was never an item there before. At least I don't remember there being. But I do have an ad coming up in just under 40 seconds. Um, so let's see if it'll system data saved. Okay, is it just going to throw us immediately into? Okay, so yeah, I think we're gonna hold off on because this is the actual like DLC stuff. So we're gonna hold off on actively getting into that until after the ad break. Might be gone a little bit longer, just because I'm gonna throw some a little bit of food into the air fryer real quick. So I'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back. Um, so I will just end up having to go grab my food in a few minutes once it's done cooking. All right, let's see. So, from what I understand, this is a gauntlet um thing that I have to sit here. Oh, our voices change and everything, and we look different. Yeah, from what I understand, this is a gauntlet where we have to continue to fight, and we're not. If we die at all, um, it's a complete restart. So we have to work through these like multiple nightmares. Okay. World of the recycled vessel created to avoid the destruction of all. Oh, those are enemies. Okay, I do have access to my healing items. So in theory, I could just do wall. Oh shit. They broke through that wall really fast. I mean, I don't die very frequently in this game, so I don't know necessarily if this is going to be too big of an issue for me. But I don't know how deep this is going to go, and like, I understand that there's like three separate like things, or like there's three separate like things, and then there's five stages within each one, but I don't know how long each stage is, you know. But also, I don't remember the design for like Dad Nier, so I don't know if like this is like if for the DLC they just gave you like Dad Nier's design. They decided not to remaster like for like brother. It'd be kind of crazy to remaster that, but like be like, oh, but we're not or like we only remastered for this one character design. I mean, it seems like I'm getting close to the bottom. Shit. I mean, you know what? That's fine. That's a fine placed wall. Especially since it seems like the enemies just went straight for the wall. All right. So Hammer Dude is a little bit of an alarm, but oh, that went beautifully. Never mind. I thought that would be much harder. Okay, well, I got more medicinal herbs than I think I needed. Okay. Black Scroll, Lost Destiny, a White Book, a False Truth. So I don't know if the end is, or like where you, I guess since we got the medicinal herbs there, I assume that we get the weapon at like the behind like the third door, or like at the end of the third boss. Yeah, I'm gonna use wall to try and keep myself alive, you know. Like, why wouldn't I? As long as they'll let me use, magic and shit. Like, why wouldn't I? Shit. Ah! All right. I did just hear my air fryer finish up, but since I'm still in this, might as well stick to it. All right, they're all weak enough that yeah, like one hit should have been enough. Maybe a boss now. Okay, no, another set of medicinal herbs. I should have looked up like the rewards for this. Soldiers of Salt, calling forth white death. They are legion, the ones who plunge the world into darkness. Yeah, because I don't know when like the drops are. And actually, no, I should check. So I'm at 969 69 69 right now. Still at 69 69. So I guess there. I, see, that was the one thing I was like, okay, well, like if I'm gonna do this, obviously for the weapons, because I have um, to like actually complete the game, but I was like, maybe some solid amount of experience out of this would be nice too. No such luck, I guess. Like it's fine. I have at least like as we've gotten further into the game, become more settled with um the amount of experience that I earn from things, and you know um how my progression as far as levels has gone. Because yeah, I mean I have had, like for example, like that shade at the end of or at the end of the bridge in the Baron Temple. Like yes, there have been roadblocks, but like I've yet to feel blocked by something story driven where I can't just be like, oh, or where I haven't felt like I could be like, okay, let me just come back to this later on. Because yeah, technically the Baron Temple was like going to be like it's not wasn't currently blocking story progression, but I knew that it was going to because of I want to get all the endings. Okay, so oh no, okay, so that just was the third room. Okay, well then, yeah, let's just. The dragon's corpse brought death to the world, delivering unto it the power of magic. So yeah, I mean, I think honestly, like, I can just burn through. I might just be able to burn through all of the DLC in like an hour or so. Anyway, I'm gonna grab my food real quick. It'll be just a quick moment, so I'm not gonna switch screens. Okay, like I said, wouldn't be too long. I just warmed up some egg rolls that my mother-in-law gave us before my in-laws went on vacation, which I also probably need to eat the apples that they gave us as well, because so like they had like a bunch of fruits and shit like sitting in their kitchen that they gave to my wife and I, and then my brother and sister-in-law, um, so that like it wouldn't go bad because they're on like a 2-week vacation. And they were like, "Oh, like these fruits are gonna be bad when we come back. Before we come back. Oh shit, the fuck is this guy? I mean, it's fine. I'll get through it, but yeah, we just have like a bunch of apples sitting in our fridge now, and like my wife already buys like herself like apples fairly frequently, so it was just kind of like, oh, like cool, like we had like a thing full of like a like grocery store bag full of apples already at home, and then my mother-in-law, like as we were leaving their house last time, was like, oh hey, here's a plastic bag full of apples as well. And like I don't like I'm not a frequent apple eater, so it was kind of like, oh well, cool, these are gonna go to waste. Like my wife does eat one like a day, which I probably should just honestly, because we have them, I probably should just eat one a day. But a sick blackness stains the future. They journey to return to soulless vessels. Oh yes, I do. I feel like I did. I also do remember seeing when I was looking things up that um the last stages are all these 2D ones, which of course, all I complain about the 2D stuff. Like I'm very not ready for. And that went by pretty smoothly. I mean, I would assume I will assume that difficulty is going to ramp up considerably um, as we go through these. So yeah, and I can't go away. And I don't just mean like these sections, but like the actual like DLC areas. I feel like fuck comboing me, push me through that. Damn it! I did it again. All right, you know what? The good thing here is that I get enough medicinal herbs from just from just completing the levels that Jesus, man. Damn it. That I can actually make up for burning through my stock here. Damn, I almost fell again. I'm so curious who was like, oh, you know what this game needs? 2D platforming sections. The fans yearn for the 2D platformers, you know? I mean, I know like 2D platformers sell really well, but like that's definitely not what I'm looking for in my action games. Is like, oh, forced 2D platformer. Okay, so I just get 1,000 experience points at the end of it. Yeah, I did know that there was that there were outfits at the end, but let's see. It doesn't actually. It doesn't feel that different. It's only slightly. It's only slightly stronger or weaker right now. So when I go and improve it, that should balance itself out. Yeah, that went by really smooth. Um, I won't lie, I'm a little bit surprised about it. The apocalypse divided the world in two: one that knows not day, one that has never, which has never seen night. Okay, is this one just gonna be the straight up, nothing but bosses? Wait, what was banned? I didn't see what was banned. It popped up so fast. Oh, magic. That's fine. I don't need magic. Okay, and we get more medicinal herbs from this one. So yeah, so they're definitely ramping up the difficulty. Black and white, 13 packs. The vessel's forms waver as they cross space and time. Time and space. Just in case they try and ban magic again on me. Okay. I mean, I don't think they would because we're not in the Baron Temple as like a tile set, but you never know. I didn't think that that any of those doors were any of the red. Oh wait, there's two options here. Oh no, there's too many options now. That's green. So curious to see. Oh wait, I can still pick up like I thought honestly it would just give me healing items. I didn't realize I'd still be able to pick up like actual like items. Okay, well oh. Seeing a shade in this tile set is super weird though. Like at least for me, because I'm just so used to only having the bots down here. Luckily, this is another one where I can be a lot more liberal with my medicinal herbs usage because I'm gonna get drops and end of the level pickups makes it all worth it. Worth not holding on to. I mean, it's the same thing as like playing an RPG where you're like, oh, I'm holding on to all my healing items, and then at the end of the game being like, I didn't need to hold on to all my healing items. Like if I'm getting 5 at the end of each room, or at the end of each like floor, I guess, then shit, I should just be more make better use of them. Oh, that was it? Okay. I was expecting more to that. The Song of Man has been drowned out. In its place, the scream of something inhuman. Okay, so is this one all just the machines? I mean, even that big, like, the big, like, boss machine isn't that difficult, so I wouldn't struggle too much with that. The key piece boss was a little bit more difficult, but like still not very. And it seems like at least so far I wouldn't be surprised if the third room to get the the third like door to get the spear is like a boss rush of like bosses, like not like just like health bar based enemies, but like actual like previous bosses. Even that one like wasn't that bad. Like yeah, I had more trouble with it than like the big robots in the junk heap, but like it's not that difficult. Let's see. Dropped both of those. Okay, are they hoping to just like overwhelm me with like numbers here? Seems kind of like it, but come on. Charge up another wall just in case there is a boss drop coming in here, but I actually don't even know where the next enemy is. Not seeing anything. Okay, there we go. I guess it must have been one of those flyers that just hadn't despawned yet. The sky falls with the dragon. The world ends this day. So, from what I understand, because I have been lore diving, I think I lore dived pretty hard on Monday. No, actually, probably this weekend. No, might have been Monday. I can't remember, but I think it was Monday because I typically lore dive like after a Nier session and not last Thursday I played Starfield. Um, but so I believe all of that stuff is talking about the all the like diary entries before we go in are talking about how the ending A, I think it is, of the first Drakengard is what led to like the creation of the world of Nier. Which I don't know how much of that is actually like explored in these games because I mean similarly to like because like I said I was actually like lore diving um like there's a lot of stuff that happens in between um this and Automata that I feel like either is only explored in like or is like explored in like very weird way. Not I don't want to say weird ways, but like so I don't know if this is like a Squeenix thing or what, but like so like a lot of the lore for this franchise now, I believe, was locked in a now defunct mobile game, similar to how um, Kingdom Hearts made their mobile game very important to the lore, especially like going forward. Um, but then also like from what I was seeing, like their the what's it called like their like live orchestra thing that they do because I mean I've seen a couple or I've not seen a video game one, but like I did have a few years or I say a few years, but at this point it's probably closer to like 7 years ago. I had a friend and his now wife stay with me when I was um, living somewhere else at the time, obviously 7 years ago, um, um, where because they had come down from Sacramento to go to LA for Final Fantasy Orchestra thing, but anyway, what I'm getting with it, and my wife and I have seen a couple of the Harry Potter movies with like live orchestra doing the music. But anyway, what I actually brought that up for is um apparently the epilogue to Automata is like post ending E is actually like locked behind one of those orchestras for the Nier franchise. And similar along the same lines, I think there is also like things that tie this and Automata together that are locked behind watching the anime about Automata, which is just like it's like I don't know, like I do like it because especially like for these all being like story based stuff, like I don't dislike the whole like multimedia like side of things. What I dislike is the like I guess like not clearly labeling things because it's like the same thing with like um I've been getting like I am a Final Fantasy fan. As much as I like haven't gotten a chance to play 16 yet, which if if you need reminding, 16 is the game that we're playing after this. Um, but so like I've been like seeing on like or I saw a post the other day on the Final Fantasy subreddit that was like talking about how like oh like what like you know people talking about how like they decided to try get into the franchise post remake and rebirth. Um, they're like, oh, what are the best ones to like get into now? Like going forward from there. The puppet priest collects the accursed prayers and polishes the vessel. Okay. And like it, part of it was somebody talking about how like or like one of the replies was somebody talking about how fucking weird it is how um like how jank the story is for 15 specifically, and not in like a like even like a bad writing thing, but like you know could be argued that maybe the writing isn't the best in 15, but more in the from the sense of like so you have to watch a movie before it, you have to play the game, and then isn't there like there's like a novel or something that also feeds into the story, right? Like it's like 15 is like a multi like they tried to make a multimedia franchise with just 15. I don't know, like I am of the opinion that like it kind of doesn't work. Like did I like 15? Yeah, like I guess for the most part, like I didn't hate it. Like honestly, the only game in the franchise I could genuinely say, and I know like people don't like talking about how much you don't like that this game anymore for whatever reason, but I do genuinely not really enjoy 13. Where's that other one? But yeah, I do genuinely like not really enjoy 13. 13-2 is a bit better. Lightning Returns considerably better, but like still I like overall I'm not a big fan of the 13 compilation. But at least that like you don't have to like watch a bunch of different things. And I mean like so to bring it back to like the Kingdom Hearts thing, at least with Kingdom Hearts like they did eventually end up putting it because like the other thing that was like super stupid about Kingdom Hearts, like beyond like the oh let's um or a now defunct mobile game is super important to our story, but also just the fact that like at least in like the early days of Kingdom Hearts, you had to have own like multiple consoles and like multiple unrelated consoles to like get the full story. Because I mean, what you had, Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 PS2 games. Before RE Chain of Memories, a Game Boy Advance for Chain of Memories. You need to have a DS for 358 Days over 2 and Recoded. You need to have a PSP for Birth by Sleep, and then down the line a PS4 for 3 and a 3DS for Dream Drop Distance. And at least with that, they eventually like made made like the compilations to where you can have like two games on the same console and you're all good to get the story. I mean, yeah, it did cut out certain games, but like still it worked. Like, no. So what I'm getting at overall is like with 15, for example, or like going back to the 15 example, like I own Royal Edition on PC. At least from what I saw, and I played it on PC. I don't think that came with Kingsglaive. Like I would need to double check, but I don't think it came with Kingsglaive. So like you're still just missing all that beginning stuff. Okay. Since something terribly sinister beyond this door, may be difficult to endure what awaits on the other side unless your soul is at least level 33. I'm gonna try it anyway. Because even if I could get to the third one and get the weapon, and I get to retain the weapon, that's fine. So as long as this memory exists, so long as mankind has hope, a bloody battle will be waged over the holy dominion of the body. I think that was holy domain, actually. But honestly, on top of like being allegedly underleveled for this, it would actually just be nice to kind of have a little bit of a challenge in these, because I was expecting this to be way harder. It's fine. Like, and if I have to come back later on when I'm actually level 33, like, that's also fine, because I'm not that far off. Like, I'm at, what, 30 right now? Yeah, I'm at 30, so maybe do some of the key hunts, and then call it there. Or not call it there, but, like, come back to get the final weapon. I'm going to keep myself as healthy as possible, though, just in case, like, a boss pops out and it's like, oh, hey, guess what? Like, this is why you need to be, or why we suggested you were 33. And I mean, I always could put up a drop wall, but I think it is more of a challenge to not do that. Same thing as like, how I played God of War without parrying, was that because I wanted more of a challenge, or because I absolutely refused to engage with the parry mechanics? It's the latter one, but still. Hey, at least Ragnarok made my life a little bit easier by actually like making blocking a bit better of a strategy with that shield that I ran with the entire game. To where I actually didn't feel like I was good. Like, I mean, like, yeah, like that game kicked my ass. I mean, I was also playing on the hardest difficulty, but Like, at least I didn't feel like I was getting, like, completely screwed constantly. Like, alright, I feel like if a boss is gonna spawn in, this is gonna be where it is. Okay, I do want to take out the enemy that's sending magic my way. Alright, boss might be after these two. Oh no, yep, there we go. I was like, I knew it was coming. This is a boss arena if I've ever seen one. Okay, my hits are not hitting as hard as I would have liked them to, so we're switching to, or we're dropping the strength capsule. So I can at least hit for harder. Especially since I'm underleveled. I mean, I don't know exactly where, what part of the they're specifically recommending me be higher level for, but it doesn't matter. Okay, they're giving me health salves now. Cool. Oh, wait. Foolish human, foolish human, foolish human, foolish vessel. I'm sorry. My wife texted me about stuff for my birthday on Monday. Oh shit, I gotta deal with the boars and shades. Oh shit. I thought I was like just a second away from. Wait, I'm pinned. Okay, there we go. I was able to roll out of it. See, aren't all the boars supposed to be on my side? Wasn't that what they told me when I like beat that big boar out in the plains? That, like, the boars like me now. Or do I not actually have to kill the boars here, and I actually just need to kill the shades, but the boars are there to make it harder for me? Yeah, I think it would be smarter for me not to target the boars, just to attack them if they're in my way, but don't worry about the shades more than anything. Because I like, with how much I am attacking them and feeling like my efforts are not actively doing anything, I feel like they're more as a distraction than anything. Oh wait, hold on. Is one of the boars dead, or did it despawn, or did it despawn because I had hit the shade, like, or did it turn into shades? I actually don't know what's going on there. Also, the fact that they're breaking through my wall as much as they are, kind of worrying me. Shit. Okay. So, kill that one. Dodge the boar. Okay, no more shades, so yeah, it is just the boars are actively enemies now, or like they were always active enemies, but like I don't know why they give them so much health. Oh, shit, broke my charge for wall. Come on. Okay, so there's that one, and then last one. All right, there we go. Okay, so that one was considerably harder. All this paid, all this sacrifice. Okay, I am at max health salves. Wasn't nearly at max um recovery potions, so all right, you know what? This was, or at least I remember when we did this initially, I did feel like this was at least like one of the more um um like fine like over the overhead sections. Like I actually don't mind this one. Like at least it's like not like I don't know. I still think that the 2D platformer sections bad. But this overhead stuff not too bad. Okay, I knew that there was going to be a guy here. Oh, two guys. Actually, didn't see the second one there. Come on. Trying to fight the big guys here. Like this is a little bit worse. Like still not too bad. I know I probably should be using my health salves instead of medicinal herbs since I am getting the health salves here, but I'm healing myself before I would need a health salve, so okay, so I can't go that through that one at all. I thought maybe it was just one that only could open the one way. Wait, again? Two? Okay, hold on. Maybe not. Maybe it is just go through. Yeah, this is the room that's actually important. And I'm curious with the fact that it seems like they gave us like old Father Neo or Nier his body. Like, were they not able to bring like the VA act or VA back for really anything other than the yeah sorry at the beginning? Like, but if I recall correctly, which actually let's check. Yeah, this I believe should be the one where, or like this is that actual like stage where I get the spear, I believe. Oh, yeah, it should be because um the the ship one was one, um the manor study was two, and then this is three. Damn, how deep does this one go? Still no crystal. Actually, speaking of that, no. Okay, so I'm gonna have to pick up a lot of them again. Um, I'm curious if like the same quests will like any uncompleted quests, or like any completed quests if I'll have to, or if there'll be access to them again. Like it wouldn't make sense from the sense that like I have like, or like from quests that like gave me weapons. Oh shit. This. Oh no, never mind. I was like, is this gonna be the fight against Emil's sister again? This is where we fought her, so would make sense for to use that arena again for that same fight. Especially since we don't do it in Route B because we skipped past that part. I do like that they, or for the most part, it seems like it. I mean, I'm misremembering a little bit of, or I'm not remembering, I should say, a little bit of like where we are. I mean, we're past like the Kaine part, or like getting Kaine out of the petrification, but I don't know how much we have to do to get the keys now, but um I would like to just go straight for that as soon as I can, since I'd like to just get them all now. Because like I said, I mean, I was able to get two keys in one, or like in one day before, so I might be I'd ideally I'd like to try and slam as many of them out as possible at once, because that just means that we're able to get through things a little bit faster and then be able to move on to 16. Which, like I said, that's the one or that's what I've been waiting on, because like I held off on playing it for so long. Okay. Okay, I still see them there. Like I still see like the marking for. All right. Do not bring back the light. Do not bring back the vessel. Do not bring back the future. Do not bring it back. Okay. Luckily, I'm not getting any rules here, because this is the room that had the time limit rule, which I think in this instance is like quite possibly like the worst thing that could happen to me. Like I think I could get past it, but it's like absolutely not what I would want. I do like seeing all these get reused for this. Like knowing how small the world is, it's nice to That they didn't like design, or it's nice to see that they didn't like design things specifically for the DLC and then have us like sitting there like, oh wow, like a completely fucking optional thing, at least for um like something that people might not think is there at least. Like and then designing new level or new areas specifically for that and then being like, oh yeah, like we didn't include that in the main game though. Anyways, anybody gotten a chance to play Civ 7 yet? I've been watching like a lot of like the sponsored stuff that like Spiffing Brit and Veilfisk put out about it, and also like one of my buddies um it was talking it up to me yesterday, and like I'm so excited to actually like finally decide to buckle down and buy it. Because I haven't because of uh the Steam reviews, and like I was there for the release of 6, so I know that like I was an active PC player, an active Civ player, for the release of 6, so I know that like it's just how the Civ community responds to new game, but like I don't know, like some of the stuff, like some of the review stuff that I was seeing was like significantly worse than I remember back then. Damn, you're just wearing me down with these. I forget, am I on fourth or fifth room? Oh, you know what? I'm like not thinking about it, but I switch weapons finally. Pahir Odzar. Actually, no, I'm gonna go with Pahil Odzar. So yeah, attack power 15%, and then maybe I'll switch to maybe I'll switch to what's it called, to Pahil once I'm actually in a spot where I'm earning experience again. Regardless, though, because I mean, I won't need the attack power up um, once I get a chance to go to the junk heap and improve this weapon. I mean, as long as I have the materials for it. I don't know what the materials are for upgrading it, so I don't know if I will have them already, but I feel like it's likely that I at least am able to get one level off. Okay, here comes the boss. Oh, it's another one of those guys. This should be relatively quick. Oh, never mind. Spoke way too soon. Okay. We're gonna do medicinal herb, strength capsule, defense drop. Then I know I've been complaining about it a lot, but still I am very of the opinion that end is a very bad lock-on button. Nowhere near anything else. Nowhere near anything else that you're using, I should say. Okay, and I have an ad coming up in under a minute. Definitely should be able to finish this fight. Like I said, I don't remember if I'm in room 4 or 5 right now. If it's 4, then we'll wait to finish 5 after we get back. If it's 5, then we're all done. So let's see. Every beam of light is an invitation to death. You know, actually, I think I'm gonna snooze it, and I'm just gonna try and finish this first. I think I am better off trying to, or going ahead and finishing. Fuck. Finishing this before I take the ad break. So that way we can just go straight back into story missions. I do need to double check now though and see, because I highly doubt they took it away from me, but I want to make sure I have all the weapons now. Because even if I highly doubt it, that still doesn't mean that they didn't take them all away from me, or take the ones that are part 2 quest based away from me. Oh. I was wondering why I was like able to fall off there, and that's why. It's because I need to be able to fall off in general. I was like, this is weird that like it's so tiny. Okay. All right, these enemies are hitting a lot harder than most of the other ones we've encountered in the DLC, even the bosses. Which I don't even know necessarily if like I need to kill all of the enemies or not, but just in case that is like I do, like I'd rather just take care of it now. Even if it is, like maybe detrimental to me because I am burning through health items. Shit. Lost. I lost my lock on him right as I was firing. Okay. Well, that didn't actually throw it off. All right, there we go. Whew. Okay, so oh, one of those fucking ghosty ones. All right, and take these guys out first. See, yeah, like getting the magic rain down on me sucks, but it's better than having to deal with that. Ooh, magic block. It's better than dealing with that and the other guys at the same time. Fuck. Okay, well, it teleported me where I needed to be. Now we're gonna strength capsule. I'm gonna medicinal herb. Oh shit, that damn, that actually took that long. Yeah, the ad notification came back up. I didn't realize that took me that long. Well, shit. Because I don't necessarily want to snooze it again, but I don't think I'm going to be done in enough time. Okay. Do a recovery potion. You know, I'm just gonna snooze it again, so damn. Alright. So we get another 5 minutes. So I guess if there's any like dialogue after I guess if there's any dialogue after this, that gives me a chance to complete that as well without having to wait for ad stuff. And that also gives, because I have left my food here next to me, just sitting here for a while, so that also gives me a chance to eat. Fuck. Wait, I had finished casting it. I just let go, and either he broke through immediately as I let go, or oh no, he just immediately drops my wall. Okay. I mean, I guess that's a little bit better. Yeah, it also stops me from casting it. So I got a health salve. Shit, I shouldn't have health salved. Because I'm gonna get or in theory, my item here is a recovery drop potion, not a health salve, so I shouldn't have health salved. That's the first time. This is also the first time I've ever had to use 2 strength potions against a single boss to up my damage output. Oh shit, there's a wait, no, these guys are way easier for me though. The hammer guys are easier. At least in my opinion. Because they don't block as often as is a huge part of it. And also, from what it seems, they also don't have a instant wall break attack. So, okay, well, maybe I was wrong there. Yeah, because I don't even necessarily need the strength potion on this one. So I'm not gonna drop another one. Fuck me, dude. It's not even that he actually like gets me or anything. It's just like he sends me flying a little bit and breaks my wall concentration. Like, ooh, okay, they actually like kind of picked a good like trio of bosses to throw at me. Okay, let's do another strength drop. mean, since I'm already here and like, fuck, holy shit. Wait, that does not. Okay, so I have another um thing, another ad notification that just popped, and like, I don't. That does not feel like it was 5 minutes. Like that I snooze the ad. I mean, I could be wrong, but like, all I'm saying is that it does not feel like it has been. Um. All right. Well, hit one more snooze, I guess. Because I want to be done with this before I go to the ad. I don't necessarily want to use another strength capsule, but this guy is actually giving me the most trouble. Which I mean, it's hopefully the last one. So that would make sense. But 3, 4. Yeah, I mean, I guess looking at it, like, yeah, it doesn't feel like it had been um 5 minutes, but it was just this round. I mean, obviously the game did tell me like, hey, you're under leveled for this, but I didn't believe it. Ugh. 3 and 4. Yeah, when I actually looked at the time, I was like, no, that's actually fuck, dude. How did that one break through? All right, it's fine though. There's that. Oh, another one? Oh my god. They really threw everything at me here. All right, well, another strength capsule then. I mean, so like I said, from my research, I don't actually have to beat this. It's just more like for me right now, it's more of just like a matter of, well, I'm here, like, and I feel like I should be able to. I mean, it remains to be seen if I am able to, but I feel like I should be. Luckily, this one doesn't seem to have any sort of attacks that let it stop my wall concentration. Fuck. That was entirely my fault. Like I definitely comboed myself off of the battlefield there. I hope that doing this lock on doesn't bite me in the ass since there are other enemies here. 4. Medicinal herb. Actually, I need to health salve because if I'm gonna get hit by it, I need to be able to recover or I did not die immediately. And that was exactly what I was afraid of. Like locking on to another enemy. You know, oh, shit, I don't have a strength drop. That's right. Fuck. or a strength capsule, I should say. Um, which I hope that I come across enemies that drop them again. Fuck, and I have another. Really? Damn. I can't believe how long I'm spending on this enemy specifically. Yeah. All right. Well, that's it. That's fine though, because I should have held on to the spear regardless. But yeah, I don't have any snoozes left. All right, so let's see. Take a look at my weapons. Yeah, I'm at 96%, so that should be it because I'm just missing. There is a weapon that you get for beating Route B, and that's the only one I'm missing. Yep. All right, cool. So we're going to take a break for the ad. I'll be back in a few minutes once the ad is up. Thank you for hanging out through the ad. Appreciate you all immensely. Okay, well, I just realized that I didn't even mute my mic for that, but welcome back. Um, only got through one of my 4 egg rolls because my wife also started texting me about things. Um, so that's fun, but so where are we supposed to go from here? Oh yeah, this is the bitch at Devila part. Yeah. I wonder. So like now knowing that Devila and Popala are working with the Shadow Lord the entire time, I'm curious to see if like the or if like it's ever pointed out or acknowledged that if they potentially like um if they potentially shoved Kaine and Emil out of the village not because of the villagers but because they wanted to separate them from Nier so that he wouldn't be able to defeat the Shadow Lord. Hmm. Okay. Okay, well, yeah. Okay, so fairy's all good now. Um, so we can go back to the Lost Shrine. So we had to do the first ascension up there and then take on Kaine. I'm gonna change the title. Because like I said, at least as far as I understand, we should we should just be completely built in to do all of the and to get all the endings now. Now there might be yeah, yeah, I forgot about that quest, but what else? Because I did a few of the ones that Devila had for us, so mm, yeah. I mean, I realistically I don't need to do any of them because I've done or I got all the weapons, so I guess the only one potentially to do is the the one with the red bag man. If this is even him, because oh no, it is him. Oh yeah, I need healing items. Hmm. All right, so let's go to the northern plains first. We'll go check out potentially upgrading my weapon, and then past that we'll see. We'll go to the shrine because I don't think I'll need to carry a bunch of healing items into the shrine with me because I mean I'll get some medicinal herbs here because these crates always drop them. Yeah, see, I'm already at 3, 4. Actually, how much money do I have anyway? Okay, so I can buy health salves and recovery potions too if they're sold. anywhere? Let's see. Since we're going here before the story actually pushes us, is Gideon even going to be there? Or are we just going to find out about Jacob dying now? Yeah, he's not here. Fuck. Damn it. I wanted to upgrade my sword. All right, well. Yeah, I guess it really wants me to just go to the shrine first. Let's see. I'm going to go back to the no. I was going to say I could go back to the village and do the Red Bagman quest, but since I didn't get a chance to do it last time, but it's only like 3k gold. Or it might have been 30, but regardless, I don't necessarily need the money, so I'm not too chuffed about it now. Okay, cool. Strength drop. Love those. Always will take those when I can get them. Yeah, let's go to the shrine. Actually, now that I'm like thinking back to it, I don't even remember what the impetus for us like having to hunt down the keys was in the first place. Wait. Oh no, this is one of those pre things. So I'm finding out about the shades here. I was like, why is it already teleporting me straight up to the top? All right, I really don't need to see this every single time. I don't remember if there was anything like actually important there, but weird. Actually, no. I think isn't the shades don't show up until the second go around, since or they don't show up as heavily until the second go around because it's just your ascension. Yeah. I mean, like now that we're or not so close, but like now that we're like in a position where it's like we're closer to done with the game. Like I do just want to finish it. Because now it's just like, oh well, been sitting on this for or like I've been not playing this for so long, but like we've been sitting on it for so long that, all right. Wait, I thought I killed both of them. I have to click. All right. Yeah, I thought I killed both of them. I thought maybe the one that we. Oh. Hmm. Okay, and it doesn't they don't properly address that. Okay. But yeah, I thought that the one that we fight this go around was a third. I didn't realize it was like the same one or one of the same ones that we fought the first time. But yeah, I'm gonna blow past some of the shades bosses, I'm just like, I don't necessarily need to deal with you guys. Like, it'd probably be good for experience, but... And by probably, I mean definitely, but... Now that I know that we can jump over these, I'm not going to struggle with that one forever. Yeah, especially because, like I said, it doesn't feel like the game scales for your increased strength, like on like the second go around. Because I never would have been able to defeat those enemies that fast before. Like, so it's just like they just didn't prepare for this at all. Okay, so yeah, so this was the one that I had all that trouble with. Which honestly now I just find it silly that like I didn't know I could jump into, like that I had so much trouble with that. I mean, yes, the puzzle requires you to know that you can jump, but I don't know why I didn't know I could jump, but for whatever reason, I did. I was just completely unaware I could jump. In here, I should say. Like, I knew I could jump, but... let's see. Now, why are they telling us to turn back? Is it... Like, are they telling us to turn back because to protect us, or where incomplete shades gather? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I wonder if I chose to go back and finish that final level, how that would go. The final level of the DLC, I should say. I mean, I think I'll have to look at the rewards, but I think that like it's not worth it to go back to it. Like now that I have the weapon. Because the big thing there is the weapon and healing items basically, which like if I'm having to eat a fuck ton of healing items, is it really worth it to earn healing items? Also, since I've been talking about Final Fantasy a lot today, if anybody's into Magic the Gathering, have you seen the Final Fantasy Universes Beyond stuff? I am so hyped for that. When they announced that one, I was already like, oh yeah, it's definitely the one for me. Because I mean, like like my group of friends, we've played a little bit of the Universes Beyond stuff. Like one of my buddies has a Lord of the or a couple Lord of the Rings decks. Actually, a couple of my buddies have a couple of Lord of the Rings decks. And then like one of my friends plays Mothman from the Fallout Universes Beyond. But like I don't know, Final Fantasy is the one that like really is appealing to me. Like just looking at the different, the different cards. Like the Jumbo Cactuar, busted. Lifelink Cactuar or Trample Cactuar, like, or like not that it would, or like I was like looking at it and like there's also like uh what is it, the Tonberry, like there's just there's so many cards in there that I'm like, oh, this could be really fun. Like in certain decks of mine, this would pop off insane. I think what was one of the other ones? I can't remember what it was, but it was a knight, and one of my like main decks is a knight. Um, was all was is all knights, and so like the knight archetype and like specifically like um all effects based on knights. So I was like, ooh, like this could be really good too. From now on, I'm going to sleep outside. Why? I can't accept that you aren't allowed in the village. Yeah, and we're just doing this dialogue again. So you're staging a protest? Why? I lost your time, but it just feels. That's really nice of you, but you still don't have to stay out here with us. Super important mission. You can't sleep out in the rain. I was trying to see maybe if I could go the original way. Sometimes we sit around the fire and tell stories or roast. Hmm. That dialogue still is very sweet to me. Like that she treats the kid like a kid, like he is, and it's just like, no, I got I have an image. Like I'm not changing what we do, but just don't talk about it because I have to portray the image of a badass. Garal. Okay, well, cool. I got more guard break. That's nice. Especially for when I said that I wanted to once I'm able to upgrade my weapon, I want to switch back to guard break. Okay, let's save. I do like that it gives me the little like A marker on um on the save and load screen. Okay, so wait, so how did Gretel get up there like that? I do like that it just like incorporates a dialogue. Oh, and like it actually respond like obviously like we we can't understand it, but it actually responds to what we're saying. Hmm. So has Kaine always been able to understand these then? Like she's just never said anything. She just wants to kill the shades that bad that which I mean I understand, but it's just like she's got like the scream them screaming in in pain there or being like no like don't hurt them just kill me like and she's just like yeah whatever. Hmm. Oh now she's feeling okay. Yeah, okay, well so I guess that's how he takes over is like by her like not giving into her hate for once, like beyond like the whole like her getting stabbed by the spear. Hmm. Oh wow, and it's even like trying to desperately to get back to being able to defend itself. Ah, yes, my hooked sword. I'm gonna stab with that. Yeah, I don't know how that works as a sword. Like, no final words other than move, stupid arm, move. So now we gotta. What's gonna go on with Kaine's possession now? Like, I guess with being able to hear Tyron. Yeah, so he takes possession and so I guess how do we break it? Like, how does it actually break then? So, are we gonna get dialogue from him while we're fighting her? Yeah, see, absolutely. Oh, wait, I think I had this problem before too, where I thought I had killed her. Yeah, I got an achievement for that, for um, for defeating her in 1 minute. And I mean, that's because the game doesn't really like prepare for, or not prepare, but um like it doesn't really change the enemy's strength or anything for to accommodate the fact that you are so much stronger now. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is we get the fragment of the key here, right? Or like the hollow husk of key. Yeah. Oh, no, one fragment. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, like yeah. So mm. All right. So before we went straight for the junk heap, but I think because the Forest of Myth should be one, or like in theory there shouldn't be any roadblocks to it like there is for the junk heap. So I'm gonna do Forest of Myth first and see if there is anything, or if we can just get it like first shot. Because if we can, then great. Not having to worry about because like for the junk heap, it was like we had to go there, go to Popola, come back, like just a lot of meandering around, which like I think with potentially with with the Forest of Myth, we should just be able to like go and work perfectly fine, and like just get, because I can also just skip through all the dialogue of from the tree. Let's see. Let's see. New. Yeah, it's still just the divine tree stuff. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like anything has changed to put up any roadblocks against us. So, yep. All right. Let me see if there's anything that changed. Um, that had changed like the okay, sheets, where it's no longer like if the girl's eye color has changed or anything. Brown. Okay, so brown eyes. 33 companions. Okay, that's easy. Brown eyes, 33 companions. Okay, so come on. Brown. And then a daughter and 33 companions. Daughter and 33 friends. I accidentally clicked one of the weird Yona ones, but they're all, the answer is always Yona. Like all three choices were Yona. All right, so there we go. maybe with completion of that, maybe it'll stop the roadblocks for um on the junk heap, so we can just go straight there and not have to worry about like having to deal with like going in, doing stuff, coming out, and then going back and doing stuff. But also, I know I think we also get the marriage invitation or the wedding invitation um, after getting the first key fragment. So we might be able to get. So we should be able to get loyal Cerberus first. Maybe, I don't know. Like, because if I can somehow manage to squeeze in all of them here, that'd be great. So then tomorrow we could do Shadow Lord's Castle and then um um starting C and D. Because I don't think we like. So I know what the C and D endings are. I don't think we have to start over again. It might even just we might even just get the another chapter select like we did for Automata. Make it a little bit easier. Yeah. Oh, okay. So no, it gives interesting. Okay, no. So it just so okay. So it changes up the order of things then because I think last time when I did it, I did or I did junk heap, Popola back to junk heap, actually get the key piece, and then we did loyal Cerberus, but now it's pointing me towards sacrifice first instead of junk heap and then loyal Cerberus, which kind of sucks because loyal Cerberus I know I'd be able to get pretty quickly because it's just fighting the wolves at the wedding ceremony, and then fighting the wolf, the shade wolf that blocks loyal Cerberus. But basically, basically what I'm getting at is like the airy part is a little bit more time consuming. She's not gonna say anything. Oh, okay. See, I feel like I remember Emil reacting more when Kaine responds, but seems like now that we're able to hear, we don't do that. Mm-hmm. Okay, so because I know that they were like spouting like, "Oh, you're here, you'll doom us all, like you'll kill us all." So they must have been shades for a while. It wasn't like a couple of shades hiding among them. At least from that, it sounds like there've just been shades here the entire time. Which maybe that's why shades gravitated towards here. When like during part one. Which I guess like I guess that makes sense. Like, maybe not all of them all are, but enough of them are. Oh, shit. Damn it. I did not mean to do that. It's just wasting time. But honestly, I'm surprised that the game doesn't scale for the increased strength of part 2. But also, since there isn't... I guess I'm curious also as well that, like, since there aren't any shades here now, I wonder if, like everybody fused with their shade or not. Hmm. Okay, and so now we go to the shopping center, and then talk to the guard that turns into a shade. But I guess, like, them all being shades for a lot longer makes the most sense because of the whole, like, they seemed not to really be bothered by the fact that, like, there were shades. Hmm. Yeah, so even the guards turning on us because, like, I guess that's because they're shades. All right, let's go over here to go to the Kaine part. But yeah, I mean, like, obviously, like, yes, this was more time consuming, but also, like, because the game doesn't scale difficulty, like, we are able to get through it a lot faster.
Don't be fooled by this lady. She's a shade.
Sorry, my wife's texting me.
Stay back, kid. Your sister is one of them now.
Is Tyron not gonna tell Kaine that she's about to get fucking murked? Like, you would think he would at least he would know about that. Hmm. Well, I mean, I guess, like, okay, so the shades are calling, but, like, Kaine is possessed by a shade, like. Mazar? Okay. All right. So yeah, now we gotta go there. I don't know, like, so I mean, if so, I guess, like, not all of the not all of the shade not all the villagers are shades, but at least like the ones who aren't shades are kind of okay with the shades. Because like they are like they're not happy about being saved at all. They're just like, oh yeah, we're fucked. Yeah, I mean, luckily with like even this shade didn't take me super long. It's just it's more time consuming than like loyal Cerberus is. I wonder also if we're gonna get like an explanation for the Poppola's little figures.
Is this beast a shade as well? And sucked up the villagers.
Keep this up! We're gonna kill them all! We can't let that happen!
Yeah, I mean, we could try, but I also like that even for those moments where you get like the dialogue of like the shades, like the actual cutscene isn't any different. Like it's still the same cutscene. It's just oh now now you get some dialogue about this. Oh fuck! How did that not hit? Okay, that yeah. I was trying to get through it. I was trying to get through it to hopefully like get to hit do a nice solid bit of damage right there, but wait, what?
Tentacles appear to
Why am I
deflect magic.
why am I not dealing any damage? Maybe maybe I'm at or I'm forgetting this boss fight a little bit, but maybe I'm at like a damage threshold where to move on to the next phase. Maybe not.
It's a center.
Maybe I just needed to know, or the dialogue needed to catch up with me there a little bit. I guess I wonder if there's going to be any special dialogue about the fact that like or like when Emil loses control.
Located around the back. Try attacking.
Oh yeah, that's right. This is immediately just the point to get over to the back.
Should be able to attack from behind!
Circle behind the creature's weapons.
Oh shit! No, I did this before too. I didn't go high enough. I was like, oh, back to that bridge, and not the top bridge. Yeah, that's the plan, Weiss. Shit, I wasn't far enough over. Okay, let me hit a health salve to restore some of my health. Do an herb.
It is escaping to the inner level.
All right. Yeah, this fight should go by pretty quickly now. Damn it. I didn't want to fall all the way down, but, you know, it's fine. It's not like I'm super far away. All right. I'll hit a launch there. Let the tentacles move out of the way. And ba-da-boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah. Yeah, not like a super long time, but just longer than loyal Cerberus will take me. And who else? Cool. Sorry, my buddy reached out the other day about me getting an Airbnb for his birthday just because I'm the only one in our group of friends who's like used Airbnb before, and like, so he's like texting me like updates on like people coming. You know, I told him like, I don't care. We just need to figure out who like who splits the cash, or like how many ways to split the cash.
He's gone. His instincts are taking hold. The ultimate weapon is being deployed.
Hey, you know, I didn't say this before, but all that matters is that the like the shade gets killed. That's me and something I'm following. Why did I get a notification about that? I don't know. Since I'm not really, I haven't really been using, um, like Facebook or Instagram lately. Like they're sending me like a fuck ton of notifications trying to get me back, I think. Yeah, I wonder if Tyron is going to talk about it, but kind of doesn't ever react to the fact that her hometown gets destroyed by Emil. Like, yeah, she was a pariah there, and she did say right before here that like she was like it was a shithole, uncontrollable magic. I have to protect the people I love. That was my only thought as I unleashed a magic powerful enough to destroy not only the Shade, but everyone else as well. All of them. So many innocent lives. Destroy, eviscerate, crush, kill. These are the dark impulses that override all other thoughts. As a being that was created to be a magic weapon, these are my instincts. Or maybe it is better to call them our instincts. Oh, we're already at the Emil's. I thought the Emil stuff was like right before he died. A klaxon sounds from deep within the bowels of the laboratory. Thick metal shutters drop down, sealing off the room with a series of dull metal thuds. Um, this might be what causes us to not be able to get all the keys today and delays us, because all of the kinase stuff took a while too. Abort the experiment. Number 6 is out of control. Everybody get out of here now. Get out of here. The researcher's words are cut off abruptly as a massive hand materializes out of the gloom and lifts him high into the air. The researcher begins to scream. He screams and screams, the sound echoing off the walls of the laboratory until the hand squeezes down, coating the room in a deep crimson hue. The rest of his colleagues stand in silence, mouths open, unable to process what they have just seen. Then the female scientist takes a step back and lets fly a heartbreaking wail. Also, I know I'm going to have an ad coming up relatively soon, and I don't have any delays anymore, so I'm going to also have to pause the reading for that. But this is a terrible mistake, for the sound of her cry suddenly brings forth a monster in all of its terrible glory. Its body is a bloated corpse, its head a grinning skull, and it is massive, many times the size of a human. The head lolls from side to side as it tromps about the room on all fours, bringing to mind the wild maneuverings of some wretched, starving beast. This creature, this thing, is experimental weapon number 6, also known as Halua. No, oh no, please stop. Oh God, save me, save me! I don't want to die. One by one, the maddening cries of the researchers are silenced. If number 6 understands their petitions, it pays them no heed, instead continuing its rampage of destruction and slaughter with a focus that borders on obsession. After an eternity, the screaming stops. The alarms fall silent. And only then does the creature make a sound, howling out an unfathomable roar that echoes up and down the empty halls of the blood-soaked laboratory. It is a sound that curses those who dared bring such evil into the world, and yet one that also seems to be pleading for help. Maybe Emil's are shorter? Hopefully? No. Two sets of footsteps echo in an otherwise silent corridor in the first level of the laboratory. One set belongs to a young boy, his eyes blindfolded and his hands restrained. The other belongs to a severe man in a long white coat. The man drags the boy along by means of a long chain attached to a set of shackles on his wrists. Rubble is scattered here and there across the floor of the corridor, making the journey an exceedingly difficult one for a boy who cannot see. Excuse me. Could you please walk a bit slower, sir? I'm not used to being blindfolded in. Rather than stopping, the man only increases his pace, causing the boy to stumble in an attempt to keep up. This last humiliation proves too much, and the boy finds himself unable to arrest his fall. Without the ability to brace himself, he topples to the floor, smashing his head on a pile of debris and causing a trickle of blood to worm its way down his pale, frightened face. Agonized by the pain, the boy inadvertently opens his eyes, causing the falling drops of blood to emit a strange crackling sound before transforming into tiny white rocks. "Close your damn eyes," roars the man. "Yes, sir," stammers the boy as he slams his lids shut. He hadn't realized the blindfold had slipped off during the fall, but now he keeps his eyes squeezed shut so tightly that sparkles appear against the black of his vision. The boy is Emil, also known as Number 7. He's a magic weapon whose eyes are capable of turning to stone anything that falls under their gaze. "Don't look at me," barks the man. "Never look at me." "I'm sorry, sir. I'm looking at the ground now, so if you just hand me the blind..." Instead of waiting for him to finish, the man extends one foot and presses Emil's face to the floor with a heavy black boot. "Sir, stop. You're hurting me. I told you to keep your eyes and your mouth shut, so do it." The man knows this boy. This weapon could wipe him out in a single glance, yet subduing him in this way gives him a sense of relief. After making certain the boy is sufficiently cowed, the man leans down, retrieves the blindfold, and ties it tightly around the boy's quivering head. "Right then, on your feet, let's move." Emil staggers to his feet, trying to ignore the red liquid oozing down his face. The blood doesn't matter. The pain doesn't matter. All that matters is finishing the job they had set out for him to do. The second level of the laboratory is even worse shaped than the first. The environs are littered with rock and rubble, making the thought of a decent foothold laughable. When the man's eyes linger on a section of rubble stained a deep red, he has a sudden image of warm, gooey brownies slathered in a strawberry sauce. His stomach lurches at the thought, but when he attempts to avert his eyes, they land on the remains of a human being rendered into what could only be described as paste. The man blinks. His mind goes strangely blank before attempting to determine exactly how many humans had to be sacrificed to create the scattering piles of flesh around him. After a moment, his thoughts simply cease altogether, as if his mind realizes that trying to put such thing into form is folly. "You can go the rest of the way on your own," says the man in a voice much weaker than he wishes it to be. "I mean, what does it matter? You're not even human. You're a monster." With this, the man spins around and dashes back down the hall. A helpless Emil simply listens as the footsteps of his erstwhile captor fade into the distance. All right, less than a minute for the ad, so hopefully we can get a little bit further or through this. Emil finds himself alone in a room with the stench of death and blood. For a moment, he considers opening his eyes, but the thought of the horrors that await him quickly squash this plan. Instead, he stands still and listens intently. Eventually, a far off sound reaches his ears. That's the howl I heard before. Emil resumes walking, using the sound of the distant voice to guide him, almost as if it was calling him home. By the time Emil reaches the third level, he's moving on memory as much as sound. His hands and face are covered with fresh wounds from numerous falls, but each time he thinks about giving up, his mind returns to his sister. We studied together. We ate cookies together. We cried together. We laughed together. And sometimes I was the only one who got yelled at. That's why I was never lonely. Our being together allowed me to stay strong. For Emil, his sister was all he had to live for. So holding that feeling close to his chest, he presses on, one slow step after the other. Finally, Emil finds himself drawing close to a certain experimental chamber in the deepest part of the laboratory. All right, we're going to take a break there for the ad break. So I will be back in just a few minutes once the ad is up. Thank you for hanging out throughout the ad. Appreciate it as always. All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's oh get back into it. Sorry, I stretched. All right. The howl is very close now, and as he touches the switch that controls the door, he thinks about his mission. Number six is the ultimate weapon. She is his sister, and he must turn her to stone. The door slowly opens, revealing the massive interior of the experimentation chamber. After a few steps, Emil removes his blindfold and slowly opens his eyes. His sister lurks before him, but she looks nothing like the girl he once knew. Said he sees a savage beast crawling on all fours through the shredded remains of researchers. As the thing that had been his sister stops and tilts its head in Emil's direction, he focuses his gaze on it. A series of soft crunching sounds emerge from the creature as his magic does its terrible work. First the fingers, then the hands, arms, legs, head. What little color the beast once possessed fades to a dull ashen gray, and yet somehow it summons what strength remains and pulls itself toward Emil, one slow lumbering effort at a time. Wailing, the massive monstrosity closes in. Is she worried about me? Or is she coming to kill me? Emil feels prepared to accept either outcome. After all, this was his older sister, the person he loved more than anyone else in the world. Halua, The moment Emil speaks, number six comes to a sudden halt. Silence descends on the chamber as the siblings stare at each other. I'm sorry, Halua, but everybody says you're too powerful. They say it's too dangerous. Dangerous unless I seal you away. I'm so sorry. As Emil watches her body begin to turn to stone once more, number six simply waits in utter, perfect silence. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The moment number six petrification is complete, her memories flood into Emil's mind. The two of them are huddling together in the cold, all alone in the world, with no one to protect them. All she wanted was to save her little brother, and yet it was her little brother who, in a sense, saved her. The moment the petrification is complete, Emil sinks to his knees. A frozen sister and a little brother racked with sin. Alone in this cold cage, the two of them weep in a single silent voice. It was our combined power that destroyed the Eyrie. Whole existences, entire lives, even their memories. We took it all. We took everything. My sweet, gentle sister turned into a monster. And the same thing will happen to me now that I have her power. My instincts as a weapon win out and destroy me in the process. If that power ends up hurting someone I love, Alright, maybe his are more interspersed. Some water. Yeah, I mean, like, Emil's guilt makes sense, especially since he's really empathetic compared to the other two, but I don't know, like, it was either us or them. Like, either they die or we die, so, you know. Unfortunately, I know who I'd pick. Now, I wonder if things are going to be different because I don't think that Devla and Popola had really anything to say. Okay, so yeah, we don't even have to try that. Because I was gonna say like that I don't think Popola had anything to say about the Eyrie. Like last time, like, which I mean, like it was an isolationist village, so like there's not really much that could be said, but it's just like it. I don't know if a whole city is wiped off the map. It's I expect at least like some sort of reaction. At least you would hope. Yeah, so now we can do the junk heap, and then once we get through the junk heap, we can go do the loyal Cerberus, which I don't know if we're gonna have to do both tier or both things in the junk heap this time, or is it gonna be just like a single one? Okay, so we're gonna is this us figuring out how Jacob really died? Because like there was the like I don't know like the I felt like the they said like the shade and the robot like that was what Gideon wanted us to go after, but like I feel like we didn't really see the two of them. Like at least our party didn't see the two of them before then. Also, the mother shade there just told the little kid to run, but he's in a dead end room. Like where is he supposed to run? Oh wait, are we playing it? Oh no. I was like,
Air defense robot, P-33. You are an intruder. There's something leaking from your eyes.
oh. Hmm. They can cry?
My creator is also dead. He perished.
Yeah. Hold on, sorry. Um Damn. Yeah.
10 months, 13 days, 4 hours, and 43 minutes, 44 minutes.
Damn. Hmm. Well, now you know what crying is. Well, you the shade's not also not acknowledging that like the robot literally did walk in here and was like, "I have to kill you."
To kill. Military defense robot P-33 will protect you.
Okay, well, you know, like, all right, since we're friends now, we're just giving you a different name. All right, and then here, yeah, this is where we find out about
I don't know how much we can actually use.
Jacob. Maybe we'll see how he actually died.
Check this out. It looks brand new.
Hey, be careful, all right? This place is dangerous.
I'll be fine.
Yeah, it definitely was
Oh no.
Gideon who killed him.
Look out!
Yeah, absolutely not the robot in the shade. It was absolutely you.
Jacob? This can't be happening. Jacob! Jacob!
Yeah, and he just look after he does it, he looks up and sees the shade in the robot. Yeah, they're just there. Yeah, like not having a face that can emote. I guess that makes like makes sense why he draws that conclusion, but well, damn. BP and Khalil weren't even like
Perhaps we should speak to the brothers.
like mad about them trespassing.
Hey there. It's been a while. You're the little
Hmm.
one, aren't you? My brother's been dead for 4 years.
Yeah,
It's okay.
there's that Yuri Lowenthal like
What is it?
growl.
Shades around here?
The little ones.
And for one, that's
No, I haven't heard about anything like that. I haven't really been listening. All I want is to destroy robots.
Hmm.
Never mind that.
Wait, hold on.
yeah.
I recently got. I thought you.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty. Can be repaired. I can repair anything if you'll fix it.
Okay, so they do.
Big enemies on the second basement level have. Also, here's the. Got it.
They do draw attention to it. Okay.
It's only the real. What can I help you with?
Do I not have any memory alloy though? Okay, so Fool's Embrace. I have one Damascus steel. Guess what? It's more than enough. Okay, I don't have the memory alloy, so I can't finish the quest just yet.
Come back soon.
Yeah, so I guess I have to do both phases of this again. Which that's dumb. Like I get it, but it's dumb. Especially because we already have the weapon, so the game even acknowledges it.
It's a shame about being this was a child.
Yeah,
Sounds like
but you know what? It is what it is. I mean, right, so it's this elevator, right? Yeah, because we need to go to the junk heap depths is yeah, like I think it's over here.
perhaps learning to enjoy the sickness. I think he was ever truly happy.
It's making his little brother happy living enough.
Yeah,
That's what being older is like.
I just don't want to have like I don't know, like I don't like that it forces me to do it multiple times. Like I wish I didn't have to bring back the shit for Iron Will in order to like actually do the well, I guess no, because I think if I remember right, the Iron Will, the memory alloy stuff is over here, so I have to go this way to get to that. I am just gonna skip past all the unnecessary fluff. So I'm not getting Loyal Cerberus today, but I should be able to get essentially I should be able to get what is it? What's the one here? Sorry, I'm forgetting the name of it now. Fragments. Law of Robotics, that's right. I should be able to get Law of Robotics today before end of stream. Which I might go a little bit longer. Just because we got slowed down by that one part of the DLC dungeons. And like now I want to make up for it. But also because I'm making dinner a little bit later tonight. Wife did text me earlier and she was like, oh, I'm just now eating lunch, so we can eat late. Yeah, so memory alloy should be in here, if I remember right. Which is funny because I had quite a bit of memory alloy before. I think I just ended up burning it on forging upgrades. It's fine though. It's fine. Like, cause who knows? Maybe I get like a rarer drop here, and I'm able to do maybe some of the other stuff quest wise that I didn't get to do during part 1 or during Route A. Wouldn't really matter because, like I said, I have the weapons, so. Let's see, is it gonna send down the. Finally. It's titanium alloy. Oh, no. We just get it at the end. Okay. I was like, what? We're supposed to have memory alloy. What do you mean titanium? And this is just so we don't have to run through the room with the vents again. Shit. Door closed before I could. Damn it, did it again. Because I thought I could have swore I'm supposed to roll it through before it closes, not while it's opening. Okay, so let's get it to open. So yeah, it's closing faster. You know. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Damn it. I feel like I was close there. And maybe it's just better to see. I also feel like it's blowing up before, or it's exploding before it needs to. But I don't know. I don't remember if this one was technically supposed to be one that like opens up, that I open up before or not. So I'm just gonna go the other way. Like, it doesn't really matter to me how to run through this room again. Oh no, it does matter because I can't run back through that room. Fuck you, game. don't remember how like what I don't like. I could have swore it was you're supposed to roll it through before it closes, not have to deal with like it not wanting to open faster. Fuck. I probably failed that. Yeah. See, yeah, that's the thing is like I'm also feeling like if I go back too fast, the doors just instantly close. So it's like I'm not even like getting a chance to attempt to. Like, I can't even get it picked up before doors are like, "Oh no, we need to close right now." There we go. I mean, I don't think that's how it was meant to be done, but it worked. Yeah, at a certain point it's just like, you know what, whatever works. Wait, no, this is not the right way. Where's the elevator? Back up? Oh, yeah. End of this all. Yeah, because we need to take the cart on the way back. Okay, so go back. Hopefully, then we can figure it out. Like, because like right now we just don't like we technically don't have the game like telling us to go where to go, even though like I, as a person who is now on the second route, um, like do know. So we just gotta wait until it allows us to trigger.
That carries freight and passengers over bodies of water.
Mm, yeah,
Have taught me much. To expand my vocabulary view and instructed me in the ways of the outside world.
really. How did the shade get in here then? Like, how did the shade get in if it has knowledge of the outside world without getting killed by robots? 'Cause I assume that's why there aren't any shades in the junk heap because they've all been killed. Right.
So, I'll start since you did leave. Well, this is gonna no sense in you.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I forgot that there's a time on it.
It's fancy if you put it.
So that's why we go. Okay, so loyal Cerberus we will be getting today because loyal Cerberus won't take that long. So we'll do that. Well, yeah, we'll do that. Um, we'll get loyal Cerberus. Call it a day. Tomorrow we'll do. Um, tomorrow we'll do uh, Law of Robotics and hit the Shadow Lord's castle. And then that should, in theory, if we do that correctly, that should put us on the path of, okay, hey, we can do all of the endings real quick, back to back to back. And then, I mean, the only one that's going to take a little bit longer is E, which, like, from what I understand, doesn't take, like, too long. It's just, like, an additional, like, 4. So maybe we just, maybe if that's all working out properly, maybe we should do a longer stream on Thursday. Mm. Oh yes, that's never mind. I've got that this happens here. Okay, the only thing with this is that this is actually a well no. This is a bit longer of a task, but
This feels
honestly, no, I think with our damage output now compared to where we were before, we should be fine. Like, okay, so we'll do this, and then tomorrow will be Loyal Cerberus and Law Robotics, whichever one comes first, I guess. Because I think we have to finish the junk heap before we get the wedding invitation. I think that those two together should probably be like an hour's worth. So if we just start off with that, and then do Shadow Lord's Castle, which I want to say was like another like hour and a half, if anything, and then we can wrap or like then the so if I did everything correctly with like getting the weapons and everything, um ending C should trigger ending C and D should trigger immediately after finishing the Shadow Lord the second time. We might have to play a third time, but if we do, I'm gonna be kind of mad because I don't think that there's really anything else that they can add to. Like I don't think there's much that they can add to the content wise. Wait, is this when they first discovered the shipwreck? Did nobody hear the shipwreck happen? Like it's a huge it's a huge ship. Like yeah. Anyway, okay. Let's see what's up. Hmm.
That's all right. All right.
Okay, so oh yeah, bar. Okay, so
Yeah, the guns.
hmm.
Thanks for the tip.
Oh yeah, we got to go back to our village again. So I know that the red bag man and woman are like exclusive to this version. So like I wonder if like did they still have all this backtracking or what?
Hard to believe a ship of this size. Hey, is
But also just why did the postman do this in the first place? Like what possessed a postman to be like, I'm gonna go into this big spooky ship?
hey, it's okay.
Hmm. All right, so head back over there.
Become something of an attraction for the locals.
Doesn't surprise me in the least. Seeing people like that once well as strangers.
Hmm.
You humans truly have a metal punch. Such buffoonery does little more than wear this old tome out.
And I do like that the dialogue still pushes through Um, when your loading screen said at least it's the loading screen is a little bit more interesting if you're in the middle of a text. Hmm. Yeah, I mean,
So, actually scratch that. You got it.
no, is she actually going to talk to him?
This?
Hmm.
I mean, it just sort of.
So I guess she just never talks then. All right.
Search the southern plains back with a too, right?
All right. Let's see.
We did. It's changed since
Hmm.
then. It's kind of nice when you find something that has the fact that colors still aren't almost fills me with. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Change.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if it works for them, it works for them. Weiss, like, why you gotta, I gotta cramp their style.
Hey, you're related to the family. Yeah. Shame. Not a clue. Oh, that's oh. But the last time I did see him, he said something.
Okay, so post office. Hmm. I do like that little bit of a like wall break from Weiss, where he's like, I just wish we could get a quest that's like actually in the vicinity of the giver.
Made simply to track down a single man.
It's all right to do this kind of thing every now and then.
Only pray this is not the calm before some manner of storm.
No, it absolutely is.
Have you ever penned a missive?
No, not big on writing. It always takes me forever to figure out what I want to say.
All right, is Weiss gonna respond to that? Probably not, because since we have this cutscene in between breaking it up. Yeah, what possessed the postman to come in here in the first place? Oh,
Found it on the ship, did you? Annie, it's good to see you.
he's like, don't I have a neighbor who has a red bag? And also, he brings a ribbon instead of any food for her.
It's a mirror. But if you go over there where it's bright. Oh, I see. I guess you're out
Hmm.
here pretty sensitive.
Yeah, well, yeah, like,
See together. How's that sound?
it didn't arouse any suspicion in him that like she's also like sunlight averse and doesn't ever talk to him. He's like, nah, this is just how children are. I've never met a child who spoke. I mean,
Hey, postman.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Just pick up anyway. No, there's a. Sorry, still. That's pretty weird. My buddy's daughters are about too. Maybe.
Hmm.
Yeah, dude. That is the. Actually, you know what? I bet you went to check out the off and something like.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that other people would be like, hey, let's check out the wreckage out there too. Seeing as how, yeah, like this guy said, not every day that happens.
Hey, Louise. I brought your food for today.
Oh, and this one does not have the filter over it. Interesting. I guess this must be much more recent if it's doesn't have the flashback filter on it.
Looks is a bit rough there,
Hmm.
but you're actually pretty good. You know, I knew someone who lived in the town lighthouse before she died. She used to hum this same song a lot. I heard it every time I stopped by to deliver something, and I guess it just kind of stuck.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, are you trying to cheer me up?
yeah, he still is not like any red flags about the whole she hasn't eaten. She's got the red bag, even though I have a dude in my town that has a red that owns a red bag. Like she doesn't speak at all. Hmm.
What's wrong? It's just sensing the presence or seeing.
Okay, so that's why they actually like decided to go meet up with us at the inlet. Yeah, I'm trying to. I want to race through this since.
Right, let's head for the inlet. Hey, and you?
Hmm. Just because it's getting a little bit later and.
I haven't seen you two.
Said she sensed something strange in the area.
Strange hell, maybe?
Something incredibly
Hmm. All right. So yeah. So I guess we'll just. I'll just try and skip ahead to get ahead to the end as soon as possible so that we can do the fight because it is a little bit more time consuming of a fight too.
Figure out something inside.
It's in a state of violent decay. These planks seem troubled.
Yeah, I'm ready. All right. Okay, so this has to be like very recent.
You know, it's maybe the first time we met.
Hmm.
I didn't have the foggiest idea what was going on in that house. So, hey, about you come live with me? It must be kind of nice to have Donna around.
Oh, she full on was like, nah, nah, bro.
Guess I should have figured. I'm sad to hear. It's no choice of yours. What is this? Oh dear.
Okay, so that's what. Yeah, so this is right before because that's what got him to actually like go out for her.
Shit is important to
Hmm.
Sure, you're on.
You really should be. I'm not an idea.
Sure, sounds good.
All right. Well, so that's why she goes outside because Tyron is just antagonizing her about it. Thought maybe that our key, like the key, would have stayed with us. But I guess weapons and healing items are really the only thing that passes through.
I didn't. Perhaps she is the runaway we heard.
And there is that runaway. I guess the runaway must have just died. Yeah, it's still funny to think that the book is afraid of ghosts. Also, why was there a shade on it in the first place? Let's see. An apple? Yeah. Okay, so I think I need one more key. I think if I remember correctly, it's one more key that we need. And then from there, yeah, little footsteps. Nice. I know where, like, I mean, we did this already, so I know kind of where this is going. But yeah, I should just race through to the end so that we can do the fight. There's another one where it's, yeah, another one that I need a key for. I couldn't remember if there was a key there or not. Give it a nudge. I forget if the key. Oh no, the key is in the hidden room, the torture room.
Yet it looks walled up and in blood. No doubt it's
Wait, where is the key then? Oh no, that's right. You need to. I need to pull that. You need to pull this over here, and then that's the key on the ground there. I think it's silly to make thing that like unnecessarily overly complicated like that, but anyway, let's get this key.
Didn't seem to be any shelter. Time we wasted in our search for the townsfolk.
Damn, even Weiss is pushing for going faster to save the townsfolk. Yeah, that's right. Oh, interesting. I don't remember if we knew, like we heard that dialogue before. Okay. Yeah, the term's probably referring to a shade. And by that I mean we know it's a shade. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if there's anything new here now that we're in like the secondary run. Okay, and I know where to drop here, right? Yeah. Hmm. There it is. Yeah, and here's all the bodies. All right, so now we know about that. Now we can go actually. Oh no, we're getting another flashback. Oh, did the oh I guess the shade must have taken over the little girl, and then. So wait, if that's the case, then wouldn't the postman? Yeah. Um. Like, wouldn't the postman know like a little girl from his town? Hmm. All right, let's knock out a quick save. Still don't have the ad thing coming up yet, so but we need to hit this. Okay, so yeah. Hmm. And here comes the postman. Hmm. Yeah, see, it's still like a funny dialogue, but oh, okay. So I mean, now that we know their like the relationship that the two of them have, like we can definitely or like make sense that the dialogue is her actually trying to save him. Yeah, and then jump straight up and hit the boss. Yeah, I think from what I understand, the obviously because of the game isn't scaling difficulty, but I think people also said that the boss goes down pretty quickly, like in general. Hmm. So I wonder if like she like spit him out or something like during this, like actually let him get out, the postman. Yeah, this boss fight should go by a lot smoother this time. Actually, maybe, or maybe it is
Something is coming. Get out of the way at once.
honestly, I don't remember what that thought was. I have 3 strength capsules, so I'll use one here to start working on this arm. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's going, no matter what, it's going smoother than it did before, but like, yeah, you know, like, it's not going as fast as, like, some of the other bosses, like, you know, the boss from the Airy or anything, but still going faster than it did last time I did it. And that's, like, ignoring the fact that I used a strength capsule. But yeah, I mean, my weapon is considerably stronger this time because I did upgrade the level on this one. There we go. And that should put it, this should put us into phase 2. Yeah, and then it just comes back for the second phase of the fight, which, looking at time, I might be able to finish before might have come up, or ad would be coming up, say. I'd like to finish before the ad, but, you know, obviously, like, more importantly, I just want to finish in general, like today, so I might have to wait through the ad.
It's huge.
So I don't know, maybe if the ad comes up and this takes a little bit too long post ad, maybe I do just go for Loyal Cerberus or Law of Robotics, whichever one actually comes up next.
Ordinary attacks aren't gonna do shit against this thing.
Oh, and that's also,
I'm not in the business of using my blades on people.
that's where kind of got that idea. Interesting. I mean, I guess, yeah, that does make sense because it's not necessarily like her MO. At least as far as we've known her, that's not been her MO to, like, just decide, oh, hey, I'm gonna actually hurt people. 'Cause, I mean, she didn't even hurt us any of the times that we, like, any of the times that she was like, hey, stay out of my fucking way. Okay, ad break is coming up, and I do not have any snoozes anymore because I used all of them earlier. Why am I not able to jump? So I am gonna have to let the ad come. So yeah, so like yeah, maybe I do just do so once this cutscene's finished, we'll go ahead and take a break for the ad. Mm.
Here I am.
Oh, the cutscene didn't count for what weapon I was actually using. Well, damn. Yeah, we know she tries to hold herself together. Um,
Is this thing immortal?
all right, so take a break for the ad. I think I am gonna go with that plan though. So we'll come back and go or try and complete whatever the next one is after the ad. Hello and welcome back. Thank you for hanging out through the ad. Bonnie Mon, thank you for stopping in. You listened to the Louise song before you go to sleep? Is that what you were? Let's see. think I nearly let this go through last time, but shouldn't be any reason why it happens this time. Well, shit, maybe not. I think I did fail that. Thought we were like right there, but no, wait. I think this is how the fight actually ends. Yeah, I think I did. Was successful with that. I think Kaine's last attack worked. Where are the others even at? Oh, there's Kaine and there's Emil. Never mind. I was like, where are they at? Like, yeah, the postman saving. Postman's a real hero, saving us here. See, real hero. He's there fighting the best he can. I wonder if the shades even know that they can like that the humans can't understand them. Because she's responding as if he can understand, but like, there we go. See, yeah, now knowing like more the context for that, like it's a little bit better than getting zero context on it, because it does just initially did just sound like he was like, oh yeah, me and my child bride. All right, just die already. Come on. Wrap it up, wrap it up. I want to go get the next key fragment. Yeah, and that just also clears out the like any remnants of the shipwreck. Even though there's a wreck, but like if you come back to the inlet after this, there's everything's just gone. And then like they like pepper in those, but oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that there was a time skip. I guess that makes it a little bit better, but yeah, it's fine.
Without foul creature.
Yeah. So yeah, now we gotta go tell the. Oh yeah, that's right. She comes here. All right. Once again, telling her the truth. It's better to just tell her the truth than lie to her. All right. Well, see, are we going back to Popola, or are we gonna get some, or are we gonna, actually, we need to check our mail regardless to see if Gideon sends us anything, or if Popola, or if the king sends us anything.
Hell's this, sunshine?
What the? Where the hell did she pull that out of?
That thing wrote it for the postman.
Some birthday ticket for it.
She probably copied the letters as best she could.
So, what's it say?
Who knows?
Our friend's gonna wake up soon. Let's go.
All right.
Threatening to shoot him. See what he did? How did you know he was trying to protect the postman?
Just a feeling. I mean, she was willing to sacrifice the postman just on the off chance that a feeling worked out. So, I mean, we have to be worried. We have to be scared of her. Who knows what else her feelings could do? I say that as if I don't know where this is going. Like, I've already beaten the game, or beaten and gotten to the ending once, so. Alright, so let's go talk to Popola. Maybe she has something for us. Oh, yeah, well, she also told us to go after Red Bagman anyway, so. Yes, I think we'll go to the junk heap next. If I remember correctly, that's where it sends us, and then afterwards we'll do Loyal Cerberus. Hmm. Yeah, like. Okay. Alright. What's up? Oh, okay. Well, cool. Like, we still just get to use the ferry. Yeah, unfortunately, Weiss, we can't, or at least when we're doing something like this, we can't stop the world from turning. Hold on a second, sorry. Making sure things good here. Hold on one second, actually. All right, sorry about that. Let's get back into it. Okay, so yeah, so it's either the wedding invitation or Gideon being like, "Hey, your weapon's done." But whichever one it is, I'm gonna just complete it now so that tomorrow we're. All right, it is King. Yeah. Okay, so we'll go do that. I'm actually kind of happy it's Loyal Cerberus and not the Junkie, because Loyal Cerberus, like I said, like does go by faster. So at least this should be just a straight we do the fight, we do the fight in front of the castle, and then we do the fight at the at like the hideout, and that's it. Wait, but what do you mean they turned your beautiful? That's not how deserts work. And also, like, the fuck is it, like? Is that a shade that took over a wolf, or is it a wolf that went through the Gestalt project? Because both of those options are kind of dumb. Like,
Desert.
Mm.
They normally live in forests, yes. Deserts would seem to hold little sustenance for them.
Well, certain guess would be pretty.
yeah, but it's just like where they're. Why are they all the way over here and not the forest of myth? Like, or even in the plains? Like, they're so far away from the forest. All right. Anyway, let's go to the castle for this wedding. No shit. Wrong store. It's fine. I think it's right. Isn't that right next to the mansion anyway? Let's see. And I don't have a crystal, so I'm not even gonna talk to that guy and pick up that quest that I don't need. So let's just do this. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I wonder if we're to find out any more about like Kaine's first introduction to Fira with the being able to see shade stuff. Wait, is the brother a shade or a wolf? Because oh no, it is a wolf. Oh damn, they actually got quite a few good kills in there. I guess that makes it more of the wolves taking out Fira a little bit more of a revenge thing, but
To think they even have a city.
Hmm.
What's the matter?
Invited here.
Sure.
The city isn't like our villages. Since there isn't a specific rule of law.
yeah.
At least procure a new set of lingerie. Mister.
Keep telling
That was one of like the first first like little like pieces of bits of dialogue that I saw in this and from this, and I was like, what the fuck? Like will you at least procure a new set of lingerie?
You'll find a nice bra.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I mean nobody in this is very like emotionally sensitive, intelligent.
Everyone needs to blow off steam and celebrate once in a while.
Yeah.
Boss, you want to make beer?
Now, I really do wonder, like, where it is that the wolves get in from, because the gate up front is closed, so did they scale the mountains and then jump in that way? No, didn't I thought they already killed these wolves. But I guess maybe they got more. Yeah, I guess like with the wolves saying that like they destroyed the forest, I wonder if the wolves or like if at some point the humans like cut off all the water somehow to the forest. Even though that once again that's not how deserts work. Yeah, I'm still very curious to see if like is this a shade that took over a wolf or a shade that just so happens to also be a wolf. And also, like I don't know, the wolves know they are predators, right? Like, hmm, hmm. Let's see, are we able to see where they're coming from? Hmm. They're not going to show us fear, or they don't show us Fira, so we don't know if him saying this is always kind of hard for me means that he actually did or not. Because he's broken the rules before, so. Hmm. Yeah, how did the guard get here so quickly? And then the wolves get behind. Yeah, so we're gonna take these down. Yeah, once again, still not how deserts work, but I will allow you to continue to live in ignorance, pack leader. I know that it's like a damage threshold for the boss fight there, but it would have been so interesting to see if like somehow I was able to kill it there, and like what would change if they had like accounted for that being like a potential thing. Let's see. Um, sorry, I'm just got sent this a message that I was like, oh hey, like All right. Yeah, it still never goes by easy. I mean, like, not that we had like a ton of time with Fira, but and we do know that like the king is prone to emotional outbursts, but mm, come on. I just want to. I do. I don't know. I don't like. Sometimes the cutscenes just take a little bit too long for me. Like, and I guess like especially like knowing that like I've done this before.
You cannot win.
But also I don't want to skip it because of, stream. But also I don't want to be stuck here for too long because stream. Oh, sorry, I'm checking on OBS stuff, make sure everything's all good. I know I lose sound a little bit there. At least the cutscene still plays out while it's happening. Yeah, we're gonna finish this and then that'll be it for the day. Because I don't want to or I don't want to try and do junk heap as well. That's pushing it a little bit too far. Yeah, we just do this immediately. Especially because it's so quick. Like, it really does not take any time at all to do this one. Absolutely ready for battle. Whereas, like, Junkie, it doesn't take very long either, but it takes a little bit longer. Yeah. Hey, you know what? It makes up for or I guess it helps build into the fact that the mass people do come to help the party out at the end of the game too. That like we like helped them here. Mm-hmm. Are we sure that the wolves did? Are we sure it wasn't someone else? Maybe we're all just being faked out. I mean, I guess like why do you have to get like total approval to go to war? Like everybody, I find it hard to believe that everybody agreed to this. Hmm. Yeah, they basically fast travel us over there, and then we can just do it. So we don't have to worry about like doing any sort of like puzzle or anything or. Yeah. All right. Let's do this. Yeah, so this will get us Loyal Cerberus, and then tomorrow we'll do Law of Robotics, and then hit the Shadow Lord's castle. No. Can't be attacked right now. I wonder, because so when I did this before, pretty much every member of the army of Facade died except for the king. So I'm curious to see if maybe if this time with like the additional strength will actually make it so more of the guard will last. Because everybody else is doing like their normal amount of damage, but like we're doing definitely more. Even though I'm not actually that many levels higher than I was before. I think like last time I did this, I'd have to double check the VOD, but I think I was like level like 28 when I did this before, 27. And now I'm 32. And we just hit 32. So it's like not even like that dramatic of an increase, but I'm shooting a lot harder, I guess. That was not where that wolf was before. All right, so it looks like canon is that only he survives, but yeah, right between the eyes, of course. Like the proper way to make sure that they die. Yeah, the cutscene does not change to show any of the guards surviving, so I guess the canon way that it works is that the guard doesn't survive. None of the guard survives. All right, what the hell is this? Is this the shade that like was possessing, like the human version of the shade that was possessing him? I guess so. Like, or grandfather of the shade, I guess. All right. All right. So we'll go back to the village to check on our letter. We're going to check and see if he sent us a letter, but since it's the only thing that's left, he should have. And then we'll call it there, because we did go an extra hour longer than normal. So, gotta do that. Let's see, so we'll save here. So yeah, tomorrow we'll go ahead and take on the junk heap and do the end of the game. Hopefully we'll hit the additional routes, so we'll see about that.